We were working on the hello cheer today, so I can't hear the word hello without cheering in my head. H-E. I can't do it. No cheerleading for you, chat. You don't give me enough money for that. I hope they order me an outfit next year. Hey, Euro. I'm sure I'm running out of ground bait again. Strawberry. What level are you now, Ura? I don't know what's next for you and Lakes. I think crappy donuts. I mean, donuts is okay to float. Wait a minute. Dude, I had such a good bite rate until I went live. I blame chat. About a third of the way from 23. I feel like you still haven't mastered Corey yet, though. I think I'm gonna have to come out there sometime. Hey, Dead. How close are you to a second reel? No. Oh, you could already. Nice. Yeah, once you have a second HSV, trolling should get a lot better too, because then you can run 3 rods. Yeah, charloches never work on. In my experience, they never work on Yama. Not worth it at all. It's the worst place I've found to do it. Tunguska's really bad too. I have seen it gently. Yeah, I actually knew the devs back in the day. They're Swiss devs. I'm surprised it's getting that much traction. That's good. Good for them, man. They made a really cute little game, or like part of their team made a really cute game like 6 years ago. That didn't get like any traction. But they have like a really cool group of Swiss devs that are all like super supportive. The government's really supportive of them too. At one point, we were even like planning a big event in Switzerland to like showcase Swiss developers. I know it did. Well, it's still early access though, right? Yeah. No, it's early access. I just looked. That's what we're literally talking about, dude. Have not. I have not played it. I might take a look at it. I don't know. Early access with that genre is a tough one sometimes. Especially day one. The trailer video was kind of poop. It didn't really show anything except it's a city builder on the back of a monster. Yeah. I played one of their games a long time ago. Like I said, I knew some of the devs way back. They made a cute little gene game called Niche that was like all about breeding dogs together. Not dogs, they were like creatures, but they looked kind of like dogs. Yeah, it didn't give much. But I'm surprised two people have already asked. Good for them, man, because they're a very small team as far as I'm aware of. City builder is a really hit or miss genre for me. A lot of them struggle to have difficulty. Which is what I like in a city builder, where a lot of people just like whatever that pop City Skylines was really popular, and I thought that game was the not a game. It was just like Legos. A possible challenge factor, I don't know. It's hard to say. Could be. Could just be artistic element. I do not know. Didn't see enough of it. Um, but original Sim Cities had difficulty, Danny. City Skylines, like, I'm. If you saw my playthrough, I played with like the worst possible city, the worst possible infrastructure, and I still made money faster than I could ever spend it. Maybe they added more difficulty stuff later, but when I played it, it had none. You like could not fail. That's what I mean by it's not really a game. SimCity had a lot more like demands that required you to do certain things, or you at least like have negative effects, lost population, lost dollars. I remember many. Maybe it was just because I played SimCity when I was much younger and dumber. But I don't know. Like if you saw my City Skylines playthrough, I'm pretty sure I didn't use any freeways, and just I don't know. I know my roads were a disaster, which I remember in SimCity. frequently going negative dollars. Jurassic Park game was the exact same way. You like could not fail. Can you now? No, maybe they just added more failure conditions since I played. It's likely. I just don't have the patience for big boilies, man. They're just not fun to wait on. I like small boilies, and I cannot lie. It was the same with the beaver game. I really liked the concept of the beaver game, but same thing. Like, the first... I feel like that spot's probably fished out. It's, I mean, been, like, really active for me since I got here. Nothing great, but the fish are biting. And they're an avid fisherman? Well, they're also an idiot. How's fishing? Okay. Nothing exceptional. But that's all I need is to just catch fish. Hey, that's a shiny. It's small, but it's a shiny. That thing bit as soon as it hit the water. I got a trophy here yesterday too and a few shinies. No, I don't know. I don't think anything's fished out. Yeah, I don't know, Lager. I would disagree with you, but I think maybe it's just like what you normally fish is a lot slower than what you're used to. There's still plenty of things that are like super active. I bet you Balea is not dead. Alright, I mean, that's one guy's opinion. Yeah, I was gonna say, the majority of people that I know have been doing really well this week. I did really well last week. Whitefish were popping. Got a trophy. That was a nice 800 silver. Yeah, no, Dreams just hit a trophy linear, and then fish after it was like an 11 kilo albino. I don't know, still fine. I'm just trying to grind my last 1% of bottom fishing. That's all I care about. carp do. Certain fish have rare variations. Certain fish are just rare. I mean, technically, like, on the record sheet, they're separate. It's not like it's just a rare common carp. It's that there's just 18 types of carp on this lake. Like 3 of each. A ghost, an albino, and a regular. Thanks, Smelt. Hope you're well. Yeah, no, spots definitely slow down. I mean, that's like always been the case. I don't know. And for me, and then like, what did we figure out? I've been playing last 5 years. I've been playing. It's like always been a thing. Move. No 2 days are identical, just like real fishing. Listen, game, you're not helping. This is a 1 meter per second difference in wind. I don't agree at all, Logger. I mean, like I said, it's your opinion. You're entitled to it. I disagree completely. There are some species of fish for me that are not around like they used to be. But that has always happened. They come back. Since day one. You've been here since day one. It's a long time. Vidar, thank you for the 4 years. Got a good one, Jenkins? Some real prices, they did increase, yep. And some added some new reels that are cheaper for their quality. Oh, a little mirror ghost, Jenkins. Oh, that's not little. Damn, that's a big one. And added a new one that replaced one that people use the most. Yep. I was there for that. Been around that long. almost as if they're trying to get people to like look outside the tiny little meta box created by the like 10 influential people in this game. All right, never mind, Logger. I'm done with this discussion. I'm not shitting on the game. I'm just only gonna say negative things about the game. No, you're just whining, which is just I don't agree with you at all. I think that's just a bad take from somebody pissy that they're not doing as well as they used to. If they wanted us to buy more gold, they would reduce the price of everything and sell it for dirt cheap, just like Fishing Planet did. I bet Fishing Planet made 10 times as much money as RF4 but it also has no player base. Russian Fishing cares about the grind. They want players to continue to show up day after day and have things to work towards. And they care about cultivating it in my opinion, as someone who's been fucking streaming video games for 9 years, who's worked closely with dozens of video game developers, their approach is a long-term attempt to maintain and cultivate a community. They still have to profit. If they wanted a quick cash grab, they would have just done it from the beginning, kept gear prices low, had people buy everything out like they do in Fishing Planet, and then stopped updating the fucking game. Or like Call of the Wild and drop fucking $3 DLCs monthly. Yeah, I think it's intentionally super expensive. They can profit off of idiots, whales that are willing to spend crazy money, but keep the majority of their players grinding. That's why they work so hard to balance the fishing. As if there's a crazy hot spot that's making 1,000 silver an hour, they're gonna immediately figure it out and nerf it, because they don't want the economy to get all fucking out of whack and all of a sudden people to run off and be done. The grind is great. People bitch about it, but it's the same reason they come back time and time again. And every time you come back for a new map, you still have things to progress towards. It's good. It's very good, and the devs get shit on all the time for it. It's very funny. We just had a person in our group accidentally delete their inventory, and they gave it back to them. They're not fucking just greedy cunts. He has 129 hours. He probably has that. There's a console version. You can download the RF4 version, which they do push you to try to do because they get a better cut without giving a cut to Steam. Oh my God, the atrocity! Imagine trying to profit without some giant fucking billion-dollar corporation taking their cut. How greedy! How scummy! And in order to try to push players to their own client so that they don't have to give Steam a big cut, they made some changes that benefit the client player, the client direct player. Yeah, that's how you convince people to switch. People wouldn't otherwise. Why would they? I'm not saying they're perfect. They've definitely got issues, but oh, is there not a migration, Jenkins? I thought there was. You can't switch your account over to the client? Are you sure about that? There is, Mizrahi. It's Rich Ham. There is. You gotta send him an email. Oh, okay. I thought so. It's just crazy to me though that people think like the Russian fishing 4 devs are just dumb by having prices that high. Like microtransactions are king. They literally are the most profitable thing in this industry. Every single game dev on the planet knows it. RF4 doesn't use microtransactions in any way except premium. Don't tell me they're trying to sell gear. What benefit is their own client? As far as I know, the only real benefit you get is access to like their dedicated forums, I think. Cum gutters. Gotta have them. I just found out today, Chad, that the nickname for oblique muscles, when like you have defined obliques, is cum gutters, and I love it. Oh, did they have some client-only tournaments as well? Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Templar. Yeah, which means they could also charge less too. Or even if they don't, they profit more, which is the same thing with you here on Twitch. Like I specifically tell you, if you're gonna give me money, to tip over bits, tip over sub if you want something in return for it. But if you just want to be nice and give me money, use PayPal. I get by far the best cut. And I don't have to wait forever to receive it. It's just being on it. It's like, yeah, even if they don't cut us a discount, like supporting a game, oh my god. That's crazy. Why would you do that? Hi, cat. And like the fact that there's only one premium bait in the game, like I'm pretty sure, I'm gonna go look now, but I'm pretty sure there's legitimately only one premium bait, and it has no records, none. No, the row, I think, is the only thing. Oh, crab meat? Can you get? You can't get crab meat. It's crab meat in a row, right? I guess there's two. But last I knew, neither held any records. And they still don't. No, you can't get roe. They could make it so you could. I mean, they have all the salmonoids now. I feel like at some point, if they want to actually make it a viable bait, they might do that. Because right now it's just like a dead bait. I know lots of people who have bought it and tried it and been sorely disappointed in it. The line is cut, the line is torn. It can be both. Might be time to rotate. As soon as I do that, it'll get cloudy and rainy again and the bite will come back. Two rods, same branch. I've seen that video. God, I was watching fucking pro fishing this morning, and some old dude, he had to have been like late 50s, maybe early 60s, goes to lift his fucking trolling motor, which on most of the trolling motors, there's like a kind of like a lawnmower pole cable. So he grabs onto that to lift his trolling motor out of the water, and the fucking cable snaps, and he rolls over his rods and into the lake. And a big dude, too. Not like a nice, fit, late 50s, early 60s man, but like a out of shape, overweight 50s, 60s man. I thought he was going to die. Fucker got back up and fished for another 4 hours. And it was live. They like bounced back and forth between the boats too, and they had just switched to his boat as he did it, which was perfect timing. He's fucking floating there in the water and looks up at the camera. Are we live right now? Yep. Your friends would never let you live that one down. I gotta buy a new vape. So cheap. It's gonna explode one day. Nah, that dude. Oh, he went in all the time and back in the day. This guy just took a nasty tumble. Lots of guys step off the boat. I almost did the other day. Why aren't you working? The tin foil's where the tin foil goes. The washer's where the washer goes. guy today fucking jumped off his boat, climbed on somebody's dock, climbed down between their dock and a pontoon, trying to get a fish that was wrapped around their pontoon hoist thing, whatever they call it. Why aren't you working? I didn't even know that was against, or that was allowed. I thought that would have been against the rules. Especially because you stepped off on someone's dock. So I think they're technically not private property, no matter how much people try to tell you they are, because it's in a public lake. I know like rafts are, there's nothing anyone can do to make them private property. Come here, buddy. Well, except put them on the shore, I guess. On land. Yeah, there's been a few lakes, Liz. It's been a while, actually. It's been like a year. Christmas will be a year. So we're due. Alright, vape. Last chance here. We're gonna have to figure this out. You and I. Maybe if I switch the position of the tin foil in the washer. Oh, they did rework some of the lakes too, yeah. Getting worried now. Maybe my tinfoil just got too crushed. Expensive? I mean, I think this one was like 80 bucks. It's more than I want to spend. Just give it a fresh wrap with some foil. Add another layer, maybe. Yeah, my battery lid spring just isn't strong enough anymore, I think, so. Yeah, I could, there are cheaper versions for sure. This last one I went with this, like, waterproof. It's supposed to be indestructible one. Motherfucker. And it's been pretty bulletproof. I threw it at the wall and everything. Just to see if it was indestructible. What is going on? But yeah, I like fish in the rain and stuff, so I wanted one that was a little more weather resistant. Do I have another vape? I do. Where? Here. Do you still work, pal? You broke. But then I tried you one day and you worked. I have a fucking battery that's gone bad. I think that's the issue. I think I have a bad battery. Just second fish. This is such a little baby, babe. It's so light. Oh, and I got this one because it had 2 batteries in it, and I thought it'll last twice as long, but it doesn't. The one battery just always dies before the other. And then it doesn't work. Top heavy son of a bitch with that tank on it. Hell yeah. We're vaping. Yeah, they are new batteries that I got together, but that doesn't matter, Danny. No 2 batteries are gonna die exactly the same. Especially with use. 55 watts, Danny. Who gave me 50 Rev Banger? New vape money or whatever. Now maybe I'll just quit vaping. What if I just quit? Dude, I'd be so much better at fishing if I just quit. It was 8.9 kilograms. Yeah, all these carp are like this lake is a pay lake, so all the fish are like silly fed. That's what it's supposed to represent. Stocked fish. So they look like fucking petting zoo goats. I don't think I've got any really big ones today. Yeah, my coils are 50 to 60. They're just obese little bastards. Maybe I should quit vaping. Damn it, Chad. Don't put these ideas in my head. I've been doing like really good with this diet thing. What if I just quit? I mean, not tonight, obviously. If you can die, you can quit vaping. I feel like that, yeah. Well, honestly, like a big, I was getting, and I know that nobody gives a shit that skinny guys losing weight, all right? But I was getting bigger than I was happy with. And I was thinking, man, I want to quit vaping, but if I quit, I'll get even bigger. But now I've gotten all skinny. Try CBD vape. Why would I want that? What the fuck's that gonna do for me? Why do I want to? I already made the mistake of replacing cigarettes with a different hobby. Habit, not hobby. That's it. Nobody gives a shit, Dreams. Like, it's kind of rude even. Nobody gives a shit. Anytime I, like, bring it up to my friends, or, like, even just going out to, like, eat or going over to their house to eat, I'll be like, nah, it's a dessert or whatever. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're dieting. All right, listen. If I was 300 pounds, you would be supportive. I'm not even really like dieting as much as just not eating like there was like 2 years of my life where I lived on nothing but Cheez-Its and fucking sweet tea. The game would be so dead without bugs and birds and frogs. Yeah, Little Caesars, but like I ate more Cheez-Its probably than Little Caesars. I was a family box of Little Cheezers, Little Cheezers, Little Cheez-Its. I was a family box of Cheez-Its. Like, it took me at most 2 days to eat one. Just laying in bed with a box of Cheez-Its till your fucking mouth is so dry that it's like you just have like weird cheese paste in your gums. You're like making mortar. Dude, I mean if you're not concerned and you're better than me at like see that's my problem. I'm not good at things in moderation. So if you're better than me at moderation, the fucking extra toasty Cheez-Its are fire. They're like regular Cheez-Its, but better. Fucking Dan Giesling tweeted about him once, and I was like, saw him at the store later that day, and I was like, I'm gonna buy these, and then I just got unbelievably addicted to them. The same with me, Soul. Though I'm doing better now. I have to have snacks because my kid's in school, and they require like 2 to 3 snacks a day. Fucking crazy. My kid mostly eats snacks that are lame anyway, like fruit and vegetables and boring shit. I like salty. That's my vice. Chips. If I open a can of Pringles, I eat it all. There's no way The once you pop, you can't stop thing is 100% true with me and a can of Pringles. I've never ever put the lid on a can of Pringles, except to throw it away. A whole bag of marshmallows by accident? God, dude, I wish I could do that. My fucking teeth would cry. Yeah, I've never really well, no, I've never really had a candy problem, which really sucks because I got shitty fucking teeth. But I did have a soda and like sweet tea and things like that problem, which is worse than candy. But I've never had a candy problem. Never really cared that much for it. Like I'll have a dessert or whatever, a piece of cheesecake once in a while, that kind of thing, but that was like the second marshmallow pain, but you just ate more to cover up the pain. You're not even into candy. Gummy bears are candy. I don't feel like you can say, if you put a bag of gummy bears near me, I'm gonna devour that bitch, and then say, I'm not even into candy. That's like if I were to say, like, you put a hot ass dude in front of me, I'm gonna fuck him, but I'm not gay. Oh, there you go. What if it was an ugly ass dude? I mean, I've got standards, no matter what sex I'm fucking or being fucked by. I had a revelation today, actually, talking with someone. I've always said this, like, I can't sleep with people that I'm not, like, attracted to physically and or emotionally. But you know what? I bet I could. If I was able, if I was a mean person, if I was able to just look them in the eyes and be like, "Yo, I'm not attracted to you, and I just got to let you know ahead of time." Then I bet I could. I bet my dick would be like honesty, cooperation. But I would never do that to anybody because that's mean. It's not about standards. It's me and my penis. We are a constant disagreement over things. It's not that I don't want to sleep with people I don't find interesting. Oh, I do. Trust me, I do. It's my penis who's just like, nah, bro. You know how this ends. You're going to try to make it work. You're going to fucking waste the 3 years of your life pretending like you're happy to eventually you become an asshole to them because you're not happy and you're waiting for them to leave you. So my dick just does the legwork for me and stays flaccid. Oh, wow. I just popped right off there, eh? Wasn't even shift reeling. I also hate how high my standards are. I don't think I have like super high standards for looks, but I definitely have like unreasonably high standards for this idea that I'm of happiness of I'm gonna keep going. Good luck, Tiny. It gets easier for sure. I mean, I don't know how big you are or whatever. What like, don't overdo it. I will say this one, man. I had quit soda for like 3 months, and this might be discouraging to hear at first, but I had quit soda or whatever it was. I drank sweet drinks, all kinds of them, and it was like 1,000 calories a day. So at first, I just quit that. And I remember like 2 months in, I was super discouraged because I didn't notice any change. I wasn't getting on a scale or anything like that because I didn't want that to be the real reason I did it. But like all of a sudden, on like the third month or the fourth month, I looked in the mirror and went, "Holy shit, what happened?" Uh, you lose weight weird, for sure, and it can take a minute for you to see it. But when you do start to see it, it's crazy and almost addicting. Maybe that's just my personality, but I could see how people become anorexic because it's pretty weird to like feel like you have that much control over your body. Yeah, that's pretty low calories for your size, Tiny. You're gonna be. I've been telling chat this one a lot lately. I'm full but hungry, which is fucking a really weird feeling that I had never experienced before because I only ate like shitty, high density, high calorie food, like fast food and garbage. So like all the time now I'm like full but hungry. And it doesn't have to be extreme. You will see it if you just put the time in. And too fast can be bad because not just like health reasons, but like you get fucking stretch marks and saggy skin and that's been you for like 3 days. Yeah, it's like I'm filled up on asparagus, but my body needs more energy. So I have had to now that I've been doing it for like I don't know. I have no idea. Probably 6 months or something. Probably longer actually. Um, I have had to like add more days where I just say, you know what, I need to eat, and I eat. I don't go crazy or anything, but I eat higher calories. Like I'll add an extra side or something to breakfast and dinner kind of deal. Trying to put on those pounds. Now that I've lost all this weight, I'm tempted to just get swole. Now that I know how easy I can cut, I'm like, dude, I should just get swole. Jacked as fuck. Would tie in well with the quitting vaping. Well, that's why I'm talking about thinking about quitting vaping now because I don't really have any good excuse anymore. Like if I quit vaping and gain 10 pounds, what do you fucking do? Diets. I'm not exercising like at all. Diet is everything. I mean, exercise is. Don't get me wrong. Exercise is good for your overall health and all that shit. But diet is 90% of weight loss. Probably fucking more. Unless you live an incredibly inactive lifestyle. If you like literally do nothing. I live like a moderate activity lifestyle and diet. I got a kid and I fish all the time, and every once in a while kids challenge me to a foot race or a game of kickball, and I have to absolutely shit stomp them and remind them why I'm in charge. This wasn't the spot. Yeah, I got good genes. I know I'm lucky. I got good genes. I could probably eat. That's the funny part, is I could probably go back to like garbage eating and still maintain like a pretty reasonable weight, just because I quit the extra 1,000 calories a day I was drinking and sugar. But it's been fun. I've enjoyed. I tweeted it last night, but I took my shirt off to go to bed, and my daughter went, "Whoa, Dad," which made me feel really proud. But then she immediately started making fun of me for looking at myself in the mirror, which made me feel really ashamed. Drink less. That's how I like. I drink half my daily need in sugary garbage. It's crazy. Madrinas helped a lot when I got responsored with them. They had just launched all their green coffee fuelers, so that was a good excuse for me to give it a shot to quit soda, because I found that I enjoyed them. And I found a few other things that I can buy locally as well, because, you know, when you're out, and that was my hard part with just trying to focus on like one thing from like Madrinas, is what do I do when I'm out and about and I can't find it at a fucking local convenience store. I really would like to like jog or something, but I just don't want to destroy my body. Maybe I'll just walk. The problem with walking is it's so slow. Go swim. It's already getting cold. And I'm not driving 35 minutes to the local piss pool and paying a membership fee. Walking is prime Pokemon time? Not where I live. I'd have to walk 4 miles to get to the first Pokestop. And that would take me like 40 minutes. I can't stream mobile. But a bicycle? Maybe a bicycle, I don't know. A stationary one. Oh yeah, I don't... Maybe when I move, I'll have space for stuff like that. Have a good think, yeah. That's my fishing. My only exercise has been like yoga with my daughter, because she's doing all these gymnastics things, these flexibility yoga things. Like actual forced just exercise, not just things I do. A pedal boat. God, those are a workout, dude. Exhausting. You'd have fucking massive calves if you sat around paddle boating all day. I just wish I had a workout buddy. I talked about this a little bit on my Twitter earlier with somebody when I was tweeting about my progress. It's nice like that accountability two people can give each other. Like, you know, you don't want to not show up because you know your buddy's gonna be there and you don't want to let him down. And he's the same way. Like neither of you actually want to go, but because you're both worried about, you know, disappointing your buddy, you both show up every fucking time. That's nice. Like the only time I ever worked out consistently for a long period of time was when I had a friend, and like at one point we were both like, dude, I only show up for you. And he's like, I only show up for you. And then we just stopped going. Want to be workout buddies? Do you live in Southwest Michigan? Or will you drive to me? Because apparently there's like a cool app where you can like share all your, that's what he was telling me, you can share all your like workout nonsense. Move to Florida, better fishing. Can't, child. I'm trapped in Southwest Michigan probably until until my daughter moves. Hopefully. I hope it works out, Liz. I have like a full gym, of weight stuff, which is frustrating, but I don't have anywhere to put it, which is extra frustrating. So maybe when I move, I can figure out how to fit it. I doubt it, but maybe. Kids take up so much space, dude. I finally had to talk with my daughter about selling the lake house. She was super cool with it. After I told her we'd make a nerd dungeon with all the video games and computers. Hopefully it'll sell. Fingers crossed. I gotta get it all cleaned up a bit. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm gonna declutter the fuck out of my house, so that'll be nice. I can finally have a good excuse to pack away all of Alice's toys she hasn't touched in like 5 years, but she says she needs. And once they're gone, she'll never want them back. But yeah, nerd dungeon. She's a big nerd, dude. Bigger nerd than I am. Her mom's getting so frustrated with it, which is, you know, funny for me. Going into storage? They are going into storage. Legit storage. But that storage is the storage where things usually never return from. What games is she into? Minecraft and Roblox, like every other child aged 6 to 10. She's 9. 10 in December. My buddy's wife was her substitute today, and I got a sweet text from her this morning when I got home that said there was a note on her desk from the teacher, the substitute's desk, that said if you have any questions to ask Alice. And then after school was over, I asked My friend's wife was subbing. Was she good? And she responded, yeah, she was great. And while she was at lunch, I used her paper as my uh, grading paper to grade everyone else's. I won't tell Alice that one because that might give her a big head. Yeah, her answer key. She used Alice's paper as her answer key because she wasn't confident that she got them all right, so she used Alice's instead. She had more faith in Alice's work than her own. Until she's like 30, yeah. It's getting warm in here. Better turn the old air conditioning on. Or just a fan, maybe? What's the temperature outside, chat? Anybody standing outside my house right now? 58. Dang, chilly. 80 all fucking week. My air conditioner has a mode that says only fan. Our Fahrenheit? We didn't make it. Blame the queen. That's English, bro. Hey, Psycon. The actual cooling coils? Ooh. I don't think I tried over here, did I? No. That fucking air conditioner almost killed me. It's just a window unit. And I was putting it in and the like little brackets that hold it up spread and the air conditioner fell between them and I was hanging onto it and didn't let go. And it's like a cliff over there. I would have rolled down the hill and into the lake on an air conditioner. It showed just the fan. That makes sense, actually, Sophie. We got a thinker here. Try fitting that on a tombstone. Smushed, I think, is what I would write. I'm dead, so I don't get to write it. Didn't I make a new ground? Oh, I named it. I named it this time. Oh, I also just realized I was casting too far on that dock. No wonder nothing worked out. I'm trying to convince my ex-wife to buy my house. Like house swap, actually. She currently rents a house from my dad. I have the weirdest fucking life. It is funny. Especially because, like, I'm, like, trying to convince her by reminding her of all the, like, plans we had to renovate this place. Think about you and your husband can do to this house. Let me remind you what we were gonna do. I don't think it's working, unfortunately. He grew up on a lake, though. I thought I could maybe sell him. We don't talk, though, so I gotta get her to suggest it to him and him to be interested. So far, he's had no problem taking handouts from my family, so. He lives 1,000 miles away to actually fucking file for divorce. You can't file? I wish I would have filed for divorce because it was really uncomfortable being the defendant in a divorce case. It just felt weird. I felt like very attacked. She's the one with the money. I didn't like that they kept calling me the defendant. It made me feel very pathetic. Especially in a courtroom full of strangers. It's mutual! Actually, I should have just started crying and seen if I could have found me a new wife right then and there in the courtroom. I don't remember exactly how it went down, but the judge basically asked her like some question like, "Are you sure about this?" Um, something along those lines. Are you sure of this? And my fucking ex-wife, instead of just saying like yes, she went like into detailed description of why she's 100% sure. And it was fucking cold, dude. Like cold-blooded. And the judge was like, "You could have just said yes," which was very funny. Like the note in she only said like two things, but they were very cold-blooded and not things you wanted to have said like publicly in a courtroom full of strangers, you know. But like, it's cool. Dum, 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 da-dum. Small peepee and doesn't work. Wow. I had a job then. Just petty of her? No, like we talked about it afterwards. I don't think it was petty. She was just like, I felt like I had to convince him that I wanted a divorce, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of how he made it seem. I could see where the, because he hit her with like a deep, glasses down. Now, Mrs. Hammer, are you sure about this? Like he was fucking Steve Harvey. He has a judge show now, right? I think so. I think he has a judge show now, yeah. I wish my mom fucked Steve Harvey. With his reactions, I hate Steve Harvey. He's the worst. He ruins Family Feud. His entire comedy thing on Family Feud is laugh hysterically at something funny one of the contestants says, then repeat it word for word back to the audience and laugh again. That's his whole fucking bit. Like, he never says anything funny. He just literally steals their material and laughs like a fool. That's his whole, I hate him. Does he still creepily kiss women like the old hosts? I don't ever remember seeing fucking NSYNC guy. Wasn't that who did it before him? Or Backstreet Boys guy, whichever it was. Is he an asshole off camera? He's had like 7 wives. I don't know if that means he's an asshole or an idiot. He's still very creepy with women though, yes. Oh no, it's Al Borland. That was one of them. Louis Anderson did it, huh? Then Richard Karn, John O'Hurley. Who the fuck's Ray Combs? Oh, this is rating them in order of worst to best. Worst, Louis Anderson. Then Richard Karn. Then John O'Hurley. Then whoever the fuck Ray Combs is. Then Steve Harvey. Number 1, Richard Dawson. He was the real creep, right? Yeah. But I don't remember fucking Al Borland ever being creepy with women. He was dull. If I could pick the next host of Family Feud, who would I pick? I don't know. My favorite TV show host is Wayne Brady. Like, of game show hosts, is Wayne Brady. But I wouldn't want to steal him from Let's Make a Deal, because he's excellent with that other little dude, whatever his name is. But I don't know who I randomly think would be a really good game show host. I'm sure Wayne Brady would do a great job on Family Feud, but I don't want to take him away from Let's Make a Deal. He does Let's Make a Deal with, I don't remember the guy's name. The guy's sometimes on Who's Line with him too, or used to be. LeVar Burton? I don't know. I don't think that would be very fun. Like, LeVar Burton is sweet. If I was gonna like want LeVar Burton to do something, it would be like come over for Thanksgiving dinner. You know? Something nice. Substitute teach for my daughter's class. Those are the kinds of things I would recommend LeVar Burton for. Jonathan Mangum. Yeah. They're very fun together. The Who's Line crew is great. Yeah, they're pretty good. They can be pretty fucking bad with women too. They, especially the older episodes. Y'all get snagged so much. Stop casting into that. Lift your pole up before you reel into that. HC Justin. That's who I would pick to host Family Feud. There'd be so many like cum innuendos. It'd be great. Yeah, he'd do a great job. If he could like sell out enough, he'd do a great job. He's very happy. Northern Lion would be a great choice to host any game show. Actually, like a true with less cum innuendo, but could still like occasionally hit a fucking home run on the sexual innuendo. Uh, Northern Lion would be a great game show host. He should take over for Jeopardy, honestly. Yeah, that's why I said he'd have to accept selling out. Which, like, if you get the gig as the Family Feud TV show host, you accept selling out. It's a pretty sweet gig. I googled the other day how much Steve Harvey's fucking worth. I know he's got like 6 shows now, but I could not believe how much that fucking man is worth. I didn't realize he's like as old as he is either, though. He's like real OG black comedy too. How much do you think that contract is worth? I don't know. No idea, but I'm sure it's plenty for the average. I cannot believe Drew Carey is still hosting Price is Right. Price is Right. He's fucking awful, dude. He's so uncomfortable. I guess people like it. I don't know. I just find him so awkward. It makes me feel uncomfortable. He loves it, and he's super sweet with the contestants. I've seen him fucking accidentally tackle him like 3 times, but he's just so awkward. Like even when he explains the games and everything, he seems bad at it because I don't know. It's just very weird. He's like the only guy I know that like lost a ton of weight and lost confidence. He actually just seems like he's constantly like doped up. Like he's took a fuck ton of Prozac to stand out there. Is it really? There's no way it's actually a lifetime contract. Spay and neuter your pets. I know, dude. Like, I get the spaying and neutering is important, but like, it's such a fucking weak topic to push day after day after day. I think it's more in memory of than anything, but do you think anyone has been like watching fucking Price is Right and at the end of it been like, oh yeah, I forgot to neuter my cat? Nah, Bob Barker's dead, bro. $1 million per episode of Price is Right? Are you kidding me? I mean, I knew he was still, I thought he was still alive. Any news on him? He's still very much alive. 2 days ago. He has a donkey wildlife sanctuary? Again, Bob. You picked a weird one. Donkeyland. Donkeyland's vice president. God, could you imagine telling people you're the vice president of Donkeyland? Thanks, Lance. I appreciate you apologizing. Oldest living celebrity. Mel Brooks isn't dead? Dick Van Dyke isn't dead? This has got to be an old article. I don't know who the fuck Angela Lansbury is. Manchurian Candidate in 1962. Murder, She Wrote. June Lockhart. She's in number 7. Lost in Space? Oh my god. Her. Yeah. Eva Marie Saint. Superman Returns 2006. Alright, she's done like fucking 2 movies in the 50s and then a couple of random ones in 2000. That's her notable work, I guess. Leslie Phillips was in 3 Harry Potter films, but known for Carry On. I don't know what that is. He's fucking 98. Carol Cook, 16 Candles. Wow. 98 in 4 months. Mike Nussbaum, Fatal Attraction, Field of Dreams, Racing Demons, and Men in Black. $98 in 5 months. I know my rods. I'm not worried about him. Larry Storch from F Troop. Oh, yeah. The Great Race and the voice of Coco the Clown. Who the fuck's that? 99 in 4 months. And number 1 is some bitch from Pride and Prejudice. Sorry, she's a woman. I shouldn't say that. Marsha Hunt. She's 104 years old. 7 months, and she's pushing 105. She's the oldest living actress that you would know about. Pride and Prejudice. Notable works: Born to the West in 1937. Fuck, dude. She hasn't done a movie since 71. Oh, rods. Picked up the wrong one, buddy. If you could not work 50 years, I wouldn't either. Hell yeah. I'm just saying, though, like, it's crazy to even think about. $1937. How old would she have been? She's 104. How old would she have been in 1937? I'm not doing that math. Someone do that math for me real quick. Beep beep boop beep beep boop boop boop. Chat calculator. 19. Damn. What is tomorrow, chat? Thursday? I ain't got nothing to do. I can stay up. Weed restock day? Y'all got me thinking about quitting vaping tomorrow. That'd be fucking wild, huh? Doom, 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 doom. I get to get breakfast tomorrow? Fuck yeah. Do it? I'll be a miserable shit. Tomorrow's payday? My payday was 4 days ago, and I still haven't fucking gotten it. And I have $0 fucking dollars because of it. I'm getting very salty, chat. Mamma mia. I I seem much less miserable than I said it like last night or something. As fucking stupid and cheesy as it is, I do think like taking care of my body has made me feel a little better mentally. Like it just feels really cheese dick. What the fuck is going on? Oh, that's what's going on. One, two, three, four. Come on, fish. We got two other fish over there. They're gonna get away. Better be a fucking trophy. Probably won't be. Christmas pipe was a winner last week. McGriddles are a great dessert. Great breakfast dessert. Any meal prepared for me would be lasagna. Lasagna's a pain in the ass to cook and wonderful and lasts like days. I mean, I'd take like an average ass lasagna. It doesn't even have to be an Italian grandma. I need to go grocery shopping. But I got no money. Like I said, I ain't been paid. It's 4 days late. I've got noodles and eggs, so I'm good. I'll survive. Battery for my car, it just aged out. A little young. But yeah, just no good. And then I went to get in my truck and that battery was just dead. It was a weird coincidence. I was supposed to take Alice because that, if you remember that stream, I was supposed to take Alice to the fucking gymnastics. Someone gave me money. I was gonna go get her ice cream after gymnastics, and someone gave me money, but instead I didn't get to take her gymnastics and didn't get to get her ice cream. I bought a battery. At least only one had to be replaced. The other one was just dead. I left my fucking boat trailer plugged in, and for some reason it was drawing even when the truck was off. You're fishy, fishy, fishy. You can do it. You always thought I was well off. No, that'd be tight though. I grew up very poor. I've done okay for myself. You know, by my standards. But since becoming a single dad, it's definitely been a big pay hit. Unfortunately, none of my viewers were billionaires. Well, that one time Notch paid me like $1,000 to eat a raw egg, but that was because I was streaming with somebody else that he watched. And I think we gave that fucking money to charity. I don't even think I got it. Blaze, it's an oil tycoon? No, Blaze works in water. How was the egg? Fine. Snotty? The pipe is good, Jenkins. Don't sleep on the pipe. It was carrying Corey Records like 2 weeks ago. Oh, we were so close. Just been like 20 years. That's pretty tight still, though. Like, if you're pretty sure you'll be a millionaire in 20 years, that's still pretty tight. I'll never be a millionaire. Unless I, like, marry one. Out, not a millionaire? I mean, I didn't say I was for sure marrying a millionaire, just that, you know, that'd be the only way I'd be a millionaire. Your mom's a millionaire and you're a leech? That's tight. Jealous. Since I've been an adult, I borrowed money from my mom for the first time ever. It's normally the other way around. If I sold all my land, I'd have like 80 grand. And the IRS would probably take half that, so. Some dumb amount. House is that cheap? Yeah, you can still get a house up here for. There's a fucking trailer down the road right now on a half an acre for 18. It's livable. You can still get a house for around 100 grand. Not a good one. You're upside down. Yeah, anything that's an acre plus here is really hard to get right now. But like half acres are dirt cheap. You can get half acres here for like 10. Town lots for like 15. Yeah, my house I have a like a 1,000 square foot house in town that's built in the 50s. It's probably worth like 70, 80. But it needs a bit of work. Oh, 25 is trophy, plus there's an order for a 25 right now for Nickel. Thanks for 50 bucks. I enjoy the fishing streams. It's a long fight for 24 kilo. Yeah, I'm on a lake and I'm hoping to get 140. I think around there. I gotta double check. I haven't. It's like 130, 140. I'm hoping to get out of my house, but it's like a real disaster because it's half torn apart. Because I was gonna do an addition, so it's all set up to have an addition put on it and didn't get done. And probably a pretty similar sized lot. That seems really cheap actually for a lake house in Washington. That'd be break even. And thank you a ton, Nickel. That's a bunch of money. I'm sorry. I was upset about my fish still and not able to be happy about my money. Fingers crossed. That's all I want. Yeah, if I can just get out of it. I mean, if I make, obviously making money would be tight, but if I can just get out of it, I'm thrilled. My house payment was never that high. I couldn't have rented much cheaper anyway. I don't like selling property. I mean, if I didn't have to, I wouldn't. I just think it's fine to keep, but – Can't me and my brother live together? Not in 1,000 square feet, no. Not with my kid, and I won't make him homeless. He can go live with his mother. Because he's 19. But no, I'm not gonna live with him and his fucking girlfriend who drives me insane, and my daughter. Isn't his mom my mom? Yeah. But when I'm talking about him, it's his mom. Yeah, yeah. He lives with his girlfriend who is a fucking nutter. We talked about her the other day. The girl who came over to my house like the first time she'd ever been here, went through my kitchen cabinets, asked if she could have a can of spaghetti sauce, then left it on the living room floor. Yeah, just a very strange, very I don't want to say immature, but like just zero idea how the world works. It's like worse than immature to me. She just has never had to be polite, respectful, anything. At my other brother's wedding, she spent the entire time complaining about the food and asking questions to all of us about how much we thought the wedding photographer was making and if or not she was allowed to go ask the wedding photographer questions about getting started in wedding photography. Yeah, long-haired young brother, half brother. They pay $600 a month rent, and she asked if I would put granite countertops in their kitchen. They had flies really bad, so I went over there to see why, because they were complaining to me about it. I went over, and all the windows, which there's only two that don't have screens, which for a house from the 50s ain't that bad, all right? When you're dirt poor like me, that ain't that bad. So all the windows were open, the air conditioning was on, and the house was full of flies. And I'm like, well, it smells like fucking shit in here. And she's like, yeah, I bought this fly trap and it stinks to attract the flies. She bought like a farm from like the Tractor Supply, this giant shit trap for flies to keep it away from like horses and cows, and put it in the middle of the house. And then as I was leaving, she's like, well, why is it so hot with the air on? And I'm like, you have the air on? The windows are all open. Well, yeah, I had heard that, like, with the two-story house, you want the ventilation, so we leave the windows open downstairs. So they had been, like, living there for, like, 4 months with the air on and the windows open, complaining about how hot it was. Central air. Not an air, not like I just have a window unit. They have central air. She can't be a real person. She is. She got fired from her last job for selling alcohol to someone without IDing them, and every time it gets brought up, she gets very mad and starts telling everyone how it's entrapment and it was bullshit and they wanted her gone and it shouldn't be allowed. She grew up on a rock. She's like a really, I don't want to like completely drag her through the dirt, but she's like a really weird family life. She's adopted and her parents have a lot of foster kids and they're well off. But the weirdest part is she didn't graduate, so she was still going to school last year at 20. And her dad's a principal and her mom's a teacher. Yeah, hooligan. Well, I mean, like going as in she was enrolled but not going, like not doing it. I don't know. And she wants to go to college, and it's been like a big ordeal in my family arguing over this thing with my little brother because, like, he's happy or whatever he thinks because he's 19 and lives with a girl, but he's paying for everything and she just wants to go to college and didn't finish high school and didn't have the work ethic to finish high school, so college is going to be even harder because it's even more dependent on you, like, having a work ethic of your own. It's been interesting. She like nice. I don't know, nice enough. I don't know. What you gonna do in college? The same thing every fucking. No, I shouldn't say that. Graphic design or arts or whatever. Yeah, hooligan. But if so, she's going to high school where it's literally work at your own pace, do it yourself, get it done. It's not go to school, sit in class 8 hours a day. She's going to adult education, right? Which is like basically college. It's not just she couldn't sit in class 8 hours a day and do the homework. It's like she just isn't. That doesn't go. GED. She found out she doesn't need a high school diploma to go to college, so she's not gonna bother finishing now. I think she's like 3 credits short. And I didn't graduate, so like I understand. I just don't get. Uh, Look, when I didn't graduate, I also recognized like, hey, maybe uh, further education wasn't the correct choice to jump right into for me either. Especially when the biggest issue I had was the same as hers. I just didn't go to school. I couldn't force myself to do one. I won't be able to force myself. No, I didn't graduate high school. I got a GED because court made me do it as part of my felony probation. I'm a senior year dropout. The principal, the last year of my school career changed, and she started enforcing a policy that had been a policy but had never been enforced on me before, which was for each day you missed after so many, you started to lose percentages off your grade. It's pretty common, I guess. And by the time she told me, I was losing like 68% off all. That's not math, by the way, but anyway. I was losing over 60% of my grade, so I literally couldn't pass a single grade, so I dropped out. It's almost always a good idea. She doesn't have a car though. She doesn't have any way to get to college. She doesn't have a driver's license. I'm not trying to discourage the girl. I feel like she's very far away from being ready to go to college. And there's not a really nice way to tell her that. She had like a TikTok blow up to like many millions of views and started making a bunch of money fucking doing like arts and crafts for a while. And I was all excited for her, but then she got bored of that. My brother's girlfriend. She did like a crocheting TikTok that had like millions of views. Like genuinely, not even exaggerating it. Like she has a TikTok with more views than like any video I've ever done. What the fuck's pogo? Like pogo stick? Oh, Pokemon Go. Yeah, same with me, buzzing. Like I got lucky; it never made a big difference for me. I expected to be like a mediocre failure in life, so I have achieved. That's why I said earlier, like I'm way further ahead in life than I ever imagined I was gonna be. I had low standards. I grew up poor, expected to. My family has a business that's like moderately successful. Kind of expected to just follow in their footsteps and do that, and instead found Twitch and had some really good years here. And I went off for a while to pursue a different career, and like I was honestly like well on my way in the sales industry, um, but just found I didn't really enjoy it, so I gave up. Had a good year, financially, yeah, Mellet, long over. Like we were discussing like success, right? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make like a third of what I used to. But that's on me. It's just me. Like mostly, I mean, the biggest blame I can put is on myself. It's not like I'm putting in the hours to do. Yeah, the 10-hour Isaac days, right? I'm not doing that anymore. It's a choice. Doesn't mean a big game won't come out and I won't have another good year or something, or another game that pops off for me. It could happen, but I think that like odds of that go down daily. But that's why I want to sell the house and stuff too, right? Like I want to simplify my life again. which is what I had done with Isaac. With the first Isaac money I made, I bought a house, paid it off, remodeled it. It was small, it was cheap, it was affordable, and then Kim and I were like, well, we're still doing good because I never expected it to last. We're like, we're still doing good, so let's upgrade, bigger house, maybe another kid, all that shit. But now I'm in this bigger house, bigger bills, and alone, and I need to just. I wanted to keep it, but like it doesn't really make sense. So I want to scale back my life and be able to be the dad I want to be and stuff like that, and work a few less hours than I did in 2018. No, I don't need to fake my death. Unless my house doesn't sell, then I don't know what I'm going to do. I couldn't be a sugar mommy. I'd feel guilty. I feel guilty enough taking your guys' money. And I don't have to fuck any of you. Doesn't stop me from occasionally, but I don't have to, you know? Luckily, I don't have much debt beyond the house and some legal issue I'm arguing with the fucking IRS. Other than that, I'm like, I don't have that much debt. I just paid my car off. That was huge. And then I have the house and my fucking pontoon, which when I sell the house, the pontoon goes too. So that'll get rid of both of those. Don't feel bad. I mean, there's always like a bit nickel because I get so much out of streaming as well. Like my sanity, man, it helps my brain a lot. Most days, the good days and bad days, but most days it helps my brain a lot to be able to talk about shit like this and think it through. Saying it out loud to strangers, I've always said it. It's like the best therapy, man. If I'm not willing to say it out loud, or if I'm ashamed to say it out loud, then it's something I need to think about. You know. Yeah, there's even special reel shops, Usin, if you're able to hear me. Like for Beluga reels and Zeman reels. Uncharismatic. Thank you for the gift sub. Come on, bottom fishing. That's all I want to accomplish so that I can switch games. I'm going to probably just switch tomorrow regardless, at least for a little bit. Just want to get this bottom fishing to 100%. I've been a long time coming. Game is next? I don't know. There's this new city builder that came out from some Swiss devs that I knew back in the day that looks kind of interesting. Maybe I'll go back and play something old. I don't know. Something. Some work. Some work and not some fun. Peglin updates happened, did they? Go for some big boy catfish? No, not currently. They're just very abusive on my gear for what I've got. I'm not quite ready to invest in catfish. They don't pay that well in this game, and they're very abusive on your gear. Stone Shard. I think that's the one I always think I've tried and haven't. I want to do a multiplayer one with Jasky too. I've not played Stone Shard. Oh, Stone Shard was the shitty Battle Brothers, right? No. What was the shitty Battle Brothers? This isn't it, is it? I have not looked at food trucks in. There was a Battle Brothers clone that came out that looked awful because it didn't have the RNG-ness. I would probably like Stone Shard. It looks okay. Yeah, War Tales. That was the one. That one looked bad. Everyone thought I should play that, but Battle Brothers combat is not why I like Battle Brothers. How did I call the lamb? It was okay. It felt way too easy, and I didn't find the roguelike aspect of it very fun. I liked the cult part. I wish the game would have focused more on the cult part, and it's funny because I know when I first started talking about it, I was like, it's kind of like Stardew Valley, except the dungeoning part looks more interesting, but I actually just found the dungeoning part about as lame as Stardew Valley's dungeoning thing. I didn't need it. Didn't add anything for me. It felt very repetitive. No matter what gear and upgrades you got, I just didn't like the roguelike side of Cult of the Lamb. Stardew Valley is a great game, but I've always said it is not really. Wayne, you needed to get an advance on some good karma. Good luck on the house. Thank you very much. You have a bunch of internet weirdos pulling for me. It means a lot. Seriously, that's a ton of money. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And that really is it. Getting my life back into shape. All of it, man. And getting out from under the house. I can get my fucking teeth fixed and, you know, get my life back in shape. That really is a good way to put it. Thank you. Now you've got me considering quitting vaping in the next week or so. I've got like $90 of vape juice sitting in front of me that I kind of want to... I did the same thing with cigarettes. I kept telling myself, after this is over, I'll quit. But then you're never ready, you know? And the day I finally quit cigarettes, I had just bought a carton, which I never bought cartons of cigarettes. Because I always wanted to keep telling myself to quit. And, you know, after this pack. So I never bought cartons. And the fucking day I chose to quit was the day I bought a carton. Fucking no, it wasn't that much. It was like $90 or something with cigarettes though. It's too expensive. Oh, I know, Nickel. I've gotten so close to getting my teeth fixed so many times, dude. I end up going in, getting them fixed enough that nobody can tell, and then not finishing the deal. Usually because I spend my money on something that I think is more important, like family. I really put myself on the back burner for a long time, especially the last few years where Kim and I were not doing well. Is that a mirror or an albino-y ghosty mirror-y something? Yeah. Shiny. So that's what I said. Like getting the healthier eating and all that, I think is given me the motivation to like realize I can do it. Stop just moping about it and do it. By buying the worst tasting flavors. I have a million bad tasting flavors. Someone commented on it in my picture I took earlier. That's what I'm hoping. Keep it up. Yeah, that's what I did last Friday. I went and fixed all the cavities and then didn't get it, but I didn't get it done. I have like I had like a bunch of fillings that were supposed to be temporary. Um, and I needed to get caps and stuff and didn't ever go back because, you know, I actually don't mind the dentist either. Like I don't think my teeth can feel anything anymore. I dealt with tooth pain so much that like it's been so long since it's something I'm so embarrassed of. I don't even like talking about it really, but whatever. Um but yeah, I like if you saw the state of my mouth right now, you'd be like, "How are you not in agony?" And I think my teeth are just dead. They don't feel pain anymore. The last dentist I went to, I got sick and tired of. I was like, man, I need to get it done because the problem is you guys fucking spread these appointments out like one tooth, wait 2 weeks, one tooth, wait. I was like, I will sit in this chair as long as you'll let me. So like there were like 3 or 4 days where I just would sit in the chair for like 4 to 6 hours, and he's like, I can't just work on you. I've got to, I got to do all these cleanings and these little things. That's those are the money makers. But I can leave a chair open for you, and in between work, I will come and work on you. And I just sat there for like fucking 3 or 4 days. Yeah, I just need a bunch of like 3 or 4 caps. Really, is what I need for some mold. But they probably have to fucking redo a couple. But which they're like $1,000 a pop. You know. But I quit sugar now, so like that was the number one reason I quit sugar, so I could fix my teeth. Because I mean I grew up. People laughed at this last time, but legitimately, dude, like we moved to this town when I was 7. My mom worked 8, 9 hours a day, and then usually cleaned on the side as well. So she would be gone 10, 11 hours a day. So it was fucking 2 liters of pop, walking around the streets from like 7 till forever. I just, and I'm not blaming my mother. It's just like that's just I grew up with a 2 liter of fucking Mountain Dew in my hand. And I brushed my fucking teeth. I was religious about it. I hated how bad they fucking got. But it doesn't matter when you're just the way a dentist explained it to me finally as I got older was it's the fucking all day long you just keep your shit coated in that. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if you brush your teeth 3 times a day when you spend 8 hours at a time with your teeth just fucking dipped in sugar. I never drink water, just fucking soda. Is it Wayne? Oh man. I've always done like a mediocre job of maintaining the front teeth to where they're like I can grin, you know. But I got like 2 fucking molars right now that are busted and if I quit the fucking nicotine too, then I can even like worry about making them white. So that would be weird. People think I got dentures. It's a good decade. I'm so happy with my ability to give it up, dude. I have had like 2 sodas since I don't know. It has to have been like maybe even close to a year. Honestly, time goes so fast now. You know the best part about being like moderately popular on the internet is I can Google Richard Hammer quitting smoking comes up. Soda. No, I think pop. Soda. It said soda cold turkey there. Maybe that'll be it. Nope, that ain't it. Quitting pop. No, that's the wrong tweet. I'm quitting smoking. I've tweeted too much about quitting pop, damn it. Maybe I said soda? I don't ever say. I've been saying soda a lot. I keep. Haha, I found it. No, I didn't. Damn it. When was this tweet, though? March. And I don't think everyone has to quit. I think, like, some people have better fucking teeth. My ex-wife drank 2 or 3 fucking Pepsis a day, canned Pepsis a day, and only brushes her teeth at night, and coffee with creamer, and never has cavities. But she does drink water in between and throughout the day and stuff like that. Which I think is it makes sense that, like, literally only consuming sugary drinks leaves your fucking... Really tasty. Yeah, that helped a lot. I mean, and it's not just, like, that Madrinas is my sponsor, but I switched to their fucking, when I need something with flavor, I switched to their... Oh, we went up 1! Their green coffee fuelers. Which have, like, fucking 5 grams of sugar or something like that in it, compared to my green teas that were 90. Yeah, I've had multiple dentists tell me that now as an adult, or like even when you finish. That was like because I think it was a lot of it was I smoked as well. No, I don't know. I did it when I was a kid, but anyway, I would drink it all day long, right? Like if I opened an RX Energy, it would last me 4 hours. I know some people that when they get a drink, they just drink it in like 10 minutes, and then they don't drink anything else for like 3 hours. And I'm like, that's weird. Everywhere I go, I have a drink in my hand. Always, everywhere. I mean, I very rarely think you see me sit at this on the stream for more than like 5 minutes without taking a drink, unless I'm just too lazy to get up and go get one. Maybe then an hour or something. But I'll be saying over and over and over, like, I want to go. I need to go get a drink. I need to go get a drink. I need to go get a drink. It took me a long time. What was on that I don't have anymore? It took me a long time though to accept artificial sweeteners, and I do find drinks that have a tiny amount of real sugar in them. There's a lot of these low, like Madrinas's coffee fuelers. Monster has a one that's like 5 grams of sugar. Really helped me transition over to not needing the sugar at all. There's some like really low, I think they just call them usually like low carb, low calorie options. I mean, I just didn't drink water. I don't know that what kind of water my area has matters, because I, like, legitimately just didn't. I bet there was fucking 12 years of my life where I didn't have a drink of water. On purpose, anyway. Yeah, I'm a sipper, which is bad. I just sip on a drink. If I opened a can of pop, I would sip on it for probably an hour and a half or two. But as soon as it was gone, I'd get something else to drink. Like, as soon as I finished that drink, I grabbed a water. I think it did get worse with smoking, though, because I hated the aftertaste of cigarettes in my mouth. So it was like, and that's why I really found, like, super, like, energy drinks became number one for me, because they have such strong flavors that, like, completely over. And that's why water sucked. If you're a smoker and drink water, it's like just washing nicotine down your throat. At least 90 minutes? Oh, Code Red. That's like my vice. How dare you? I did have a Mountain Dew at my last big fishing tournament because I fished for 9 hours with nothing to drink. Like an idiot. I forgot to bring a drink. And it was the only thing anyone had that wasn't alcohol. But yeah, I think I've only had 2 pops since whenever I quit, which I didn't find the damn tweet. It must have been March, around March. Because there's one where Alice said she was going to quit sugary drinks with me, and then 20 minutes later asked for a slushie. I was only drinks, man. So it was only sugary drinks. I never have been like a candy guy. I used to, even at Halloween, dude, I'd get like a bag of candy and just never eat it. It'd go bad. If you just drink from, that has to be sarcasm, right, Saren? You drink a slushie. Shrug. That almost killed my grandpa. So I wouldn't say shrug. You grew up drinking out of the lake? Fuck. That's gross. I grew up shitting and pissing in lakes. So, to each their own. And I do mean shitting. On Lake Michigan, I've probably shit 150 times in Lake Michigan. Monkus? It's nowhere near as bad as the how many boats. There's over 6,000 boats parked just in Chicago on Lake Michigan. So there's got to be tens of thousands of boats just parked in the water, leaking oil, gas. K9, thank you for the 52 months. Coolant. Yeah, I mean, you accidentally drink it and stuff too, Saren. I'm not like totally. And as a kid, I did all kinds of dumb shit like that too. But I was definitely told not to like intentionally sit there and try to drink it. But you can't swim in a lake and not accidentally swallow some water. Not if you're gonna go under. 150 shits in the Lake Michigan Club. You got a bladder infection from peeing like never. My grandpa drank out of a creek and got some weird parasite that almost killed him, and it was like in the 60s. I don't know. Maybe well, let me see when it was. No, I guess it was in the 50s, and it almost killed him. It was like a big horror story in my family forever. He was 6'3" or 4" or something like that, and got down to like just around 100 pounds from this parasite that they couldn't figure out what it was. Keep you hydrated a bit. Not just wait. That's much safer to just wait that short period of time, genuinely. As someone who's done like a lot of research into survival, drinking water, even just a mouthful, is a lot of water to consume from a body of water that you aren't 100% certain in. I mean, you're not gonna die. Like, the odds are you're just gonna get fucking bad diarrhea. And I want to finish my tournament without shitting my pants. It's just like the raw food stuff, too, right? Like, we blow that out of proportion to a degree. Like, don't do it because it's dangerous, and the potential is you might get really, really sick. But, like, 9 out of 10, you're just going to get diarrhea. Oh, yeah, buzzing. That's the best way to do it, dude. You get the boat going at a really slow speed, and you hang off the back and shit. It's like a water birth. There's no mess. You leave it all behind you. You don't even gotta wipe. Yeah, I mean the majority of us eat undercooked steak. Like the majority of people on the planet, I think, eat undercooked steak, and we sometimes get sick from it. The shits. But yeah, I think, like I said, I understand why they put the big warnings and everything on it, but the odds of getting like actually deathly ill as a healthy human being are pretty fucking low. I ate raw hamburger by the handful when I was a child. I was a little freak. My mom used to have to hide it. Get in the fridge, and my little mitts had just taken little. You could see my little hand imprints where I'd. You won't get sick from steak. Nice, Simple. I mean, I know that like over well done steak gets a horrible rap, but I'd still rather eat well done steak than most food. It's okay if it's fresh. It's not really. It's no, you can't guarantee it, J Lang. That's the thing. You can't guarantee it. And like your family animals and your local farm animals aren't better. They're actually more dangerous. Well done steak all day. I said I'd rather eat well done steak than most food. Burnt popcorn's unedible. The processor does, yeah, where he does a bunch of. I mean, I'm just saying, Jay. Like, you're your own adult, make your own choices, but uh, yeah, it's not safe. It's not guaranteed safe. That's a fact. But yeah, and you can order it. I mean, you can. A lot of people do order raw beef or a blue steak. The blue steak never is up to heated temp. Blue is just seared, and then like yeah, the inside can be as much as gold. I just like meat, dude. You can cook meat about any way. I'll eat it. Been traveling the last 3 years in every country, terrible and dressed for a few weeks, so it's normal. Yeah, I mean that. I mean that makes sense, dude. And like, look at like pets. You know, we have a better time with it because we eat such a wide variety of foods to begin with. But like, look at pets. You know, I got one dog that if you change their food, they're fucked for like a week, shitting their goddamn brains out. My other dog, she can eat whatever the fuck she wants. You can switch her food every day; she's fine with it. We're individuals, and you know, we definitely get used to certain situations and certain types of foods. Pork is the highest risk. I think chicken is actually right. I'm pretty sure chicken is technically the highest risk, isn't it? I don't know. I don't actually know. I know pork and chicken are both up there. I ate a lot of medium rare pork though when I made killed my own cow, under the same guise of, I know this pig, I know where it was processed, I trust it more, which is what got me to do a bunch of research on that, and like, I was wrong. But I'll tell you what, a medium rare pork chop is fucking way better than a gray pork chop, which had been all I'd ever eaten as a kid growing up. My mom was always super fucking freaked out by pork and chicken. Yeah, that's what I thought, Dreams. I thought the chicken sick is like actually really sketchy, right? Most food-borne stuff is the shits, and you can just pass through it with the shits. Yeah, sous vide is really good for like if you're afraid of foodborne illness. I'm just not a clean person to begin with. I'll fucking go fishing, come home, cook, eat my food with my hands. I just don't care. Yeah, you need to refrigerate eggs if they've been refrigerated. But that's it. But once an egg has been refrigerated, farm fresh or not, it has to stay refrigerated. It's the same thing with chickens being born, though, too. If you accidentally cool a chicken egg with a baby in it, it's a horrible death. Yeah, you can fuck an egg up by cleaning it in super cold water too, Trevor. But the like, you know that if you hard boil an egg, that skin that's on the egg, if a chicken egg cools down, that skin like condoms wraps tight around the chicken and kills it. The chick, whatever you want to call it. That membrane or whatever. It's got a name, I'm sure. And like even just a slight temp variance can do that, I've been told. When you incubate them, I know you have to like leave them in the incubator without even opening it for like X amount of days or whatever. And just popping the lid can kill them. Never seen a bright white eggshell since you left the U.S. It's crazy how many colors of eggshells exist, dude. Do you, out of curiosity, do you see other colors, Lado? I think that's, I can't, blue names are really hard for me to read, but do you see other colors or just brown? No, I know that. I'm talking about for sale because he says he hasn't seen a white egg since he left the U.S. I'm assuming in a store, in grocery stores. You do see brown, yellow, orange. Okay, that's what I was curious. Because yeah, they're green, blue, all different colors you can get. My friend's wife is like super wild into egg shades, and it's all about like crossbreeding and stuff to get these different. If you've got a brown egg layer with a blue egg layer, you'll get a green egg layer and all this shit. So she's like fucking breeding Pokemon over there with trying to get all the different shades of eggs. Yolk color? What? I've never noticed a yolk difference between a store-bought egg and a farm fresh egg. Really faint. We have all kinds of chickens over here. So many fucking chickens. So many species of chickens. Orange color? Only orange I've seen, like dark orange is duck. I have never noticed that. I'll crack two tomorrow and check, Trevor, because I have both in my fridge right now. It's gotten cheaper to buy farm eggs now than to buy them from the store. like significantly. I don't like duck eggs. The yolk is too intense. Thought I would. I like yolks, but it's a strange taste. My friend's pigs keep eating all his chickens, and I'm super curious what the pork's gonna taste like. They have like a dark orange big yolk mellet. It's very rich. Live chickens, yeah. Dude, pigs are fucking vicious. These stupid chickens keep jumping in the pig pen, and the pigs eat them. The only thing you find are the pig feet, or the chicken feet, in their pen. And they like kill them in aggressive. We saw them get one once. We were trying to get out there and stop them, but like they like corner them very aggressive, like a couple of wolves. It's definitely not just like walks up and grabs one. I knew that they'd eat anything that like laid there. I didn't expect them to hunt, and they do hunt this chicken. That's what I'm getting at. They like pin it in the corner of their fence and kill it. Is that a shitty little shiny? It is. Yeah, their dogs have one of those electric fences that's like underground, and they won't bark at the chickens. They won't even look at the chickens. But the minute one of those chickens steps inside that electric fence, they are just chasing them down, scaring them off. And I think the pigs are kind of the same way. Once they step foot in their territory, the pigs, that's the pigs' pen, and once those chickens get in there, it's game over. It's not like they're sitting at the edge of the pen staring at the chickens, licking their lips, you know? It's the minute that chicken enters their territory that they're gonna fucking deal with it. I don't remember which poll went first here. There's another lady who's always offering me free eggs, but they feed their chickens a lot of fucked up shit. And I don't know, man. It freaks me out a little bit. Basically just whatever they have, they'll give their chickens. Their chickens are their garbage disposal. I watched them feed them chicken nuggets one day. Their kids had like leftover McDonald's chicken nuggets, and they let the chickens eat them. The whole deer carcasses. A dozen chickens will literally clean an entire deer carcass overnight. Leftover McNuggets, they are rare, except when you have kids. It's really bad to do with pigs, actually. Like that a whole idea of feed your pigs your leftovers and table scraps is actually really awful. Um, if you're trying to raise pigs for meat, because your pigs won't they won't have a balanced diet that way. Like slop and stuff like that that we all saw in TV and movies and stuff like that. They won't grow fast. They won't have a balanced diet, and you'll end up having to keep them longer, and the meat won't be as good. You can get a pig from a piglet to a full-grown pig in like 8 months when you give it the right diet. Like a full-grown is in effective weight. But if you feed it like leftovers and stuff, it can take like over a year. What if you feed it live chickens? Their weight seems pretty decent. One of their chickens um, got the shits when it was like a month old, and that pig is 80 pounds lighter than the other pig. But if you think about it, that pig goes from being a fucking infant to like a young adult in a matter of months. So missing that week of good nutrition from having diarrhea, it makes sense. We butcher chickens, they will go crazy. They still taste fine. Yeah, I just thought it was more like I don't need eggs so bad that I want to take eggs from the people who feed them God knows what, maybe corpses. I don't. I've always heard that pigs struggle with teeth. Trevor. I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard many stories about the only way they figure out a pig ate a person is it poops out whole teeth. I think it's the enamel or something. Makes teeth really hard to be digested. I once had to remove all the packaging from tractor trailer full of Hostess cupcakes and sweeties on dessert to feed pigs. Yeah. See, like, that's a terrible... Like, it's free, though. So that's the thing with feeding pigs, right? If you're trying to make pigs grow up fast so you can slaughter them and be cost effective, you can do it in like 8 months. If you just want to spend 3 years feeding it free junk, like some people do with carp too, around here. Guys will bring them a truckload of dead carp that they shot with a bow and arrow because they just like to shoot shit. And same deal. So yeah, if you're gonna trash feed your pigs, I think you're just gonna take you a fuckload longer to get them to like the weight you want to kill a pig, to where it's worth butchering it and stuff like that, right? Like it's all a balancing game. Unless you're butchering your own and all that shit. That's a lot though. Especially if you don't have a big ass cooler. Seem more like pets in the long run, yeah. But you could just do that with a fucking worm bin, Trevor. And you don't gotta even go out and water them or keep them warm, you know? I live in a state where keeping pigs over the winter sucks because you gotta heat them. Every pig farmer is a former dude. The worst one actually for me, like pig farming isn't that bad because like it's pretty routine. And I don't know, like I don't know. I don't know why. But the one that really fucked me up the worst was dairy. Because they take all the male calves. As soon as it's out of the mom, they take all the male calves, just hook them on a post, and wait for the veal truck to show up. And like every single day, 6 or 7 fucking calves get picked up by the veal truck that like immediately taken from their mom. They invest nothing into the pig or into the cow. They just literally instantly take it from their mom. They even kept the one I went to, they even put the cows on just like a dog leash and put the dog leash over a pole and just wait for the veal truck to take it. And then all the fucking cows that the females just fucking stand in these tiny little pens their whole goddamn life, getting their tits sucked dry, and not in like a fun way. I love milk though, and cheese, so fuck it. Necessary evil. Like my 2 favorite things, honestly. I wish killing deer was more cost effective even. It's gotten so expensive to get one butchered and you get so little fucking meat from it. You're like $120 to $160 into a fucking deer. Not counting your time spent in the woods, not counting a fucking shotgun shell or a bullet. Fuck, all cheese is good cheese. Give me a fucking box of Velveeta and a spoon and let me have at it. We used to get those boxes of Velveeta from the church when we were poor. It's like a big log of Velveeta. Just not a lot of things you can use Velveeta on. I remember trying it on like sandwiches and stuff like that, and you're like trying to like spread it like butter. The Fortuna Carp Rod is probably everyone's favorite MMO. Or veggies. I need to find more ways to make veggies. Like the only vegetable I really enjoy eating regularly is asparagus. And I eat too much fucking asparagus. Dude, I love Parmesan shake. Everyone hates it, but I love it. Shaky Parmesan. I tweeted this the other day, and I'm not sure everyone got what I was getting at, but um, I looked at the calories on it because I hadn't had it in a long time, and it wasn't that bad. And then I looked again, and I was like, wait a minute, teaspoons? The serving sizes in teaspoons? So then I had to look up how many teaspoons was in a cup, because that's about how much fucking Parmesan shake I use on my pasta. It was 48 or something like that. times 20. It added up fast, you know? I had a bad diet day that day. Dude, Brussels sprouts, fuck. I should learn to cook them. I had them one time, and they were amazing. They were like done in the oven, and they were fucking amazing. They sound horrible in name. They smell kind of funky too, but they taste tasty. I should try to get more Brussels. Can you get Brussels sprouts year round? Yeah, fuck yeah. There's like some vegetables that suck year round, you know? Like asparagus is one that has like windows where you get it, like we get it locally here in the summer, like early summer, late spring, I think. And then like you get random batches from Mexico and stuff that are like really good, but there are times where like the only asparagus options are like no thanks. That looks sketchy. Or corn. Corn's the same thing. Every once in a while, there's like this really fresh batch of corn that shows up in the middle of winter, and you're like, I don't know what country this is from, but I fuck. What? What? This rod. I need to buy another carp rod myself. That's like 3 I've lost on this rod because I have no points in it, I'm pretty sure. Green beans are tight. I like green beans, asparagus, Brussels sprouts. Peas are fine. I should get more vegetables. Potatoes are tight. I think they're a little calorie dense for what I'm working with right now. I'm just one time in my life I'm gonna get absolutely cut, or just absolutely thin, and then I'll start eating like a normal human again. Just want to do it because it's funny or fun. I don't. I've actually found it fun. Oh, potatoes aren't that bad. Problem is the butter. I don't fuck with carrots much, man. Like carrots are fine, but like, what am I gonna do with them? I'm not sure, Zaris, if the rod would cause me to lose it 100%, but each rod has skills, and one of them is control of fish, and I'm not 100% what it does, but in I've never like Googled it, but I have this feeling that maybe it's the reason I'm losing fish. It's either that or the hook's too small. I'm not sure if the control of fish is if it's just energy usage or what. Anyway, yeah, carrots. So I don't really care for cooked carrots, but a carrot on it. If like somebody brought me a tray of carrots, I'd eat a handful of them or whatever, right? Um, but if I have a bag of carrots in my fridge, I'm not really a snacker. I'm not really the kind of guy who goes to the fridge and is like, 3 carrots, please. Yes, please. It's not, it's and 3 cold carrots and a steak doesn't really make much sense. You know what I mean? It's not a great side. So I like carrots, just don't have a good place for them in my life right now. Me and carrots just haven't been able to come together and work it out. Yeah, and I don't really do a ton of salad because it's so low in calories that same deal. I don't know where I'd fit it. I'm having the opposite problem right now of like I need more calories in my daily diet. Because when I eat a salad, I don't use dressing. Normally. Not just because I'm dieting, but normally. Fuck a dressing. Maybe like a spritz of lemon. Celery and peanut butter? I'd rather just have the peanut butter, thanks. They make spoons. I don't need to use this waste a celery stick. I don't do soup. I'd try a lot of. I haven't had many soups. I had tomato soup once when I was about 10, and I swore off all soup from then on. So I'd try soups if they were presented to me, but I'm not gonna buy a soup. If a restaurant offers like if it's a fancy enough restaurant where they like you get a soup and a salad with your main course, I'm always like, "Can I trade my soup for another side?" And they're like, "Hell yeah." And I'm like, "Hell yeah." And then I get like more mashed potatoes or something. We high five too. I forgot about the high five that goes in there after the hell yes. A dope white bean and ham soup. Fuck, dude. I don't like beans, and ham is the lowest tier meat. No, that's not true. It's just above turkey. Turkey, ham, chicken, every other meat. But I'd eat that soup because your mom made it, and I'd try to be polite about it. What do you put? Can you like stuff a bunch of shit like crackers in a ham and bean soup? Yeah, chicken. It's low tier. All right, that'll help me be able to get it down. Worst case scenario, just give me like 3 sleeves of saltines. Ritz? Oh fuck, dude! I forgot you said you're the one who said your mom's a millionaire. We can get Ritz. We don't even gotta eat saltines. My dude. Hell yeah. That's fancy. Ritz are tight. Can't afford that shit though. Saltines in my life. It's like 4 times the money for a box of Ritz to a box of saltines. Get out of here. I ain't paying that much. They're that much better. Oyster crackers? We used to get those in our poor boxes too. And I'd just eat them by the handful. They're like, I've never had them the way they're supposed to be eaten. I've just always eaten them handfuls at a time. Like they're, yeah. A nice brick of cheese and grapes. Dude, that was like my grandma's go-to snack, dude. That's weird that you say that. That was all cream cheese. We did a lot of Ritz and cream cheese too, which is pretty tight if you've never done it. Cream cheese is overrated? Wow. The point, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Goldfish. We eat them like goldfish. Cream cheese is amazing. It's so good. And it's in so many things that are great. Avocado, fucking avocado. I've never tasted one, but have you seen one? That's not an appealing food. It's like a kiwi gone bad. In the boxes too, they must have been. Yeah, it was weird. And they'd always have like one big ass ham in there, which was weird, Zaris. It'd be like, here's 8 cans of spam and one giant like fucking 16-pound ham. We're a family of 3. It's like, thanks. Now I get to eat this for 2 weeks. Much appreciated. Ooh, another shiny. I don't think I have that one. Wait, yeah, I think I just caught that one a second ago. Michigan. They have some weird white label stuff too that I don't remember, but I'd always avoid it because the label was creepy. Like shit you'd find in a bunker in Fallout. Yeah, I bet it's pretty similar. They probably have like a go-to list. Churches Google like what to include in our poor people food. My mom was really, really bad about getting help when we were poor. She like refused food stamps the majority of our childhood, and we didn't ever starve. We ate poorly, as in like stupid shit. My mom would, but we would have no fucking like bread and lunch meat, but we would have fucking Reese's Puffs, which maybe was our fault. I don't know. Maybe it's what we really demanded. It's hard to remember now, but she wasn't home a lot, so because of working all the time and single mom, so like it was a lot of make your own food. So I guess cereal made sense. But yeah, not a lot of like fancy dinners. Yeah, Pringles, Reese. Yeah, those that. Yeah, but never. We'd have wish sandwiches a lot, which were wish you had something to put on this, which was mayonnaise and bread, which gives you the shits. So I think it's like now that I'm old enough and like done a little research into like survival stuff, I think it was like a calorie loss. I found out later, if you wanted to avoid the shits and still get full, if you've covered that bitch in Parmesan, we always had Parmesan shake. If you covered that bitch in Parmesan shake, it'd keep you from getting the shits. I use Velveeta, similar grossness level. I don't think we ever like ever used the Velveeta blocks that came in the 4 people boxes. Then at one point I bet there were probably like 15 of them in our cabinet. They come in like a box similar to like fucking tinfoil. Big long. Now that I'm an adult and have to like pay attention to my own food, it's crazy how fast shit expires. Cause I swear to God, there was some shit in my cabinets that was there my entire life. Oh yeah, Crisco. We used it for the cat. When the cat would get a fur ball, a finger of Crisco. That was all we ever used that shit for. Never used the Crisco. Yeah, you should have got a cat. The cat would stop. It like lubes up its throat, and it would stop hacking. I think it probably prevented the cat from hacking up the fur ball. I don't know. It's just what my parents told me to do as a child. 100 pounds still there, just in case, you know. You never use it, but just in case. You're all cat lovers on the internet. No one's ever heard of this Crisco for a cat hacking up a fur ball? No? No? It's just me? My mom didn't bake. She could barely cook. I love you, Mom. Never heard of it, didn't grow up with cats. I've told this story a million times, but it'll never not be interesting to me. We owned a junkyard for a while. Yes. When I say I was a hillbilly, we owned a junkyard. However, at the time, we were rich. Well, rich by my standards. Anyway, we owned a junkyard. And we had this cat that's eye got all gross and infected and was closed and nasty. And this fucking Hispanic guy shows up. And he sees the cat. And he starts trying to fucking talk to my mom about it. And I don't know how. Like, it was like an hour. My mom was always convinced she was like a medical assistant. Like one step below a nurse or whatever. And she was always convinced that she was bilingual in every language. I love her to death. I do. But yeah, so she spent like an hour communicating with this Hispanic guy. And eventually just basically let him loose in our house with the cat under his arm. He grabs a fucking deer antler, a hacksaw, hacksaws a piece of the deer antler off, puts it in a frying pan, and mushes it up with a spoon, and then blows it into my cat's eye. My mom let this happen with a strange Mexican dude who was looking for like an alternator in our junkyard while my dad was out racing. Probably drinking. And I kid you not, within like a few days, the cat's eye was healed. I don't know if it had anything to do with it, but it worked. Then he gave us a giant box of mangoes, and I'd never had one before. And I just ate fucking mangoes for like days. I've never had a mango since, actually. My one experience with mangoes, that was it. Never had another one. My dad was really mad because he cut up an antler that the only deer. My dad was not a big hunter or fisherman. It was like the only deer he ever killed. He killed it with his dad, and this fucking dude just cut a piece off it. And then we still had it around the house forever with just this little piece cut off the end of it. I bet that antler's in my barn somewhere. I should find it so I can bring it in when I tell the story. My dad, when my mom and him got divorced, he just put everything in boxes and stacked it in a pile. And for the last 30 years, that pile has just moved around, slowly decomposing. But it's still all together. Like all of our Christmas ornaments, like all of our life pre-divorce is just in this decomposing pile that I don't even know how he moves it. Like with shovels maybe? Because it's The bottom's just flat and rotting out. So I bet that antler's in that pile somewhere. I should look for it. Proof of this weird medicine man from Mexico. We're a big farm town and had a lot of illegal farm work for a long time here. One of my best friends growing up got deported, and I never saw him again. There's like whole trailer parks that were in the middle of our grape vineyards. It's crazy. As a kid, I didn't realize how fucked it was. He does, doesn't he? Hold that shovel like he's about to fucking murder somebody. And it's like a combat shovel, you know? Like he's about to thwap somebody in the head with it. He was like 20 when he got deported, too. Never been to Mexico. Not once. Well, I guess he was born there, but like other than that. Throwing shovels? Yeah, I've seen people take them on like Naked and Afraid and stuff. The all-purpose throwing shovel. It cuts, it digs, it murders. Nobody ever gets anything with it. The dudes who randomly bring blowguns are always also very funny too. My friends got super into blowguns when they were all the rage in the late 90s, early 2000s, and got really fucking good with them. So one night at a sleepover, they're sitting there showing off their badass blow dart skills, shooting pogs and stuff like that from across the room. And then my buddy's like, watch this. And he holds up a card and my friend just shoots right through this meaty part of his hand and into the wall. It was fun. Blow darts, they were cool. He also killed a blue heron with a blow dart that was eating his goldfish out of his pond. And then called me up freaking out on the landline. Are these endangered? Am I going to go to prison? And I didn't know as a kid. I'm like, yeah, I think they even tag them and track them. So then we had to, allegedly, hypothetically, dispose of a blue heron. I don't think they're actually endangered. They're illegal to kill, but I don't think they're actually endangered or anything. They're fucking everywhere here. They were killing his pets, though. You probably still don't have a leg to stand on. Allegedly, they were killing his pets. In this fake story, all my stories are fake. Cops. Anyone hunt with lawn darts? No. I used to have lawn darts, the real ones. The tips felt like they were like, I think they had a lead weight. They had a steel tip and like a lead weight. They were very, very heavy. I mean, I wasn't old enough to recognize lead. But if I had to guess, I think they had like a lead weight right around the tip of them. They were badass though, dude. Fun. Super fun. And so dumb that they got banned. So many things get banned for dumb reasons. While I may lean very hard left, I do think people like losing an eye to lawn darts, you know, like, so be it. That shit happens, dude. I wouldn't be surprised if it was lead. I mean, we still use fucking... I've been playing with a lead fishing sinker for weeks here. I keep telling myself to stop, but then I use it again. Yeah, the metal lawn darts got banned because people were fucking hurting themselves with them. I don't know that they are actually technically banned either. A lot of things just stopped getting made and people say banned. I think three-wheelers is the same way. Like, I don't think they actually got banned in the United States. They just stopped making them. They've been banned since the year I was born. Oh, man. They were banned. Three-wheelers are the same thing, though. I don't think three-wheelers were really all that much more dangerous. It's just people were idiots. They'd jump onto a three-wheeler and be like, I got 3 wheels! Watch me do a circle! Four-wheelers are superior? I hard disagree. Three-wheelers were way more fun to ride and much lighter. Yeah, that's the thing that always made me laugh was like they banned three-wheelers for being tippies, but dirt bikes are fine. Yeah, my friend died on a four-wheeler. So, like, you know, we're even so far, Noel. 1-1. Because it tipped over on him. Oh, is that what it was, Double Nuts? Someone made murder with a lawn dart? Yeah, it sucked, Kepler. There was this craze for a while, and I'm glad to see that craze is gone. I grew up in motorcycles most of my life, so there was this craze for a while where four-wheelers were becoming like... It was before UTVs came out, and four-wheelers were getting massive, just unreasonably big with winches and all this. They were these utility vehicles and not just you know, a hobby toy. So yeah, it rolled over on him and crushed him. Like, crushed him. No accident. Yeah, I know, but that's still murder. Never seen a lawn dart out. My grandma had all the toys that any kid had ever owned throughout her life. I played with steel trucks that are probably worth a decent, like not millions or anything like that, but a couple $100 a piece. That we just played with like regular ass toys. And yeah, they pinched you, they cut you, they were rusty. It happened. Yeah, they still sell lawn darts here too. You can still buy them in the States. I've seen them all over the place. They're just not metal anymore. They're not, and like 3 pounds a piece. Yeah, Shiver. I remember building a fucking bike ramp that at the time was like up to my head for bicycles. Getting on some banana seat bike that we had found and just ramping that motherfucker with no fear. Full speed as hard as I could. The fucking handlebars folded down into my lap. The frame cracked. And it just did like weird rolls. Like endoed over and over and over and over and got up and was like, fuck yeah. I'm afraid now when I go to like Boston to walk down some of the staircases they have on the street. Like that's steep and a lot of concrete. I would probably die. It's weird when you wake up one day and realize how fragile you are. Nah, it was because we were kids and stupid. I rode in the back of a truck to Florida from Michigan. Just in the back of a truck. Got a concussion. My one and only concussion that I remember. definitely, I'm right on that line, man. Especially where I live, I'm like right on that line where parents changed. Sharp, rusty metal. We still have it, Noel. They've like kept some of ours. We still have a fucking tube slide that was there when I was a kid, and like I cannot believe they haven't taken it down because it is so shoddy looking and it's all metal and sharp and I every teenage boy is peed down that slide. But they just keep it for some reason. Merry-go-rounds are gone too. I that's one I just noticed recently. I just paid attention to it. But merry-go-rounds don't exist anymore. When did they get rid of those? But think about it. When's the last time you saw a fucking merry-go-round? They used to be in every goddamn park. Make me sick as fuck. I do it every day anyway. We had two of them. Metal. You still have one in a small park next to us the city forgot about? That's pretty sweet. Do you still have one? I have not seen a merry-go-round at all. The things that just spin, yeah, Tommy. They just spin. Yeah, where you could literally spin them so fast that centrifugal force threw you off. Like that was all you did. You get like three fucking kids on the outside who just sit there swah 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 while a dozen kids were on it until centrifugal force literally launched them all off. That was the game you did. It wasn't like you see on old TV and movies where people just gently drifted around the merry-go-round. No, it was three dudes swatting the merry-go-round as fast as they could till everyone flew off with centrifugal force. Didn't matter how strong you were gone. Three adults with a motorcycle. I've seen that shit on TikTok and Facebook. I never saw that in real life. Unfortunately, would have been tight. Another shiny. It's a small one though. I think the dumbest game we had as kids in town was again, we had this weird uh split town of like illegal immigrants and residents. Um so we met this Mexican kid one day as he rode out in front of a car on his bicycle at like 20 miles an hour. And we were like, what the fuck, dude? What were you doing? You almost got hit by a car. And he's like, it's Mexican roulette. And he would ride down this hill that you couldn't see because of the trees if or not a car was coming and hope you didn't get hit by a car. And we would play that shit all the time. And we would get hit by cars. They would only be doing like 15 because it was super residential. But, you know, it was enough to fucking land you on their hood or throw you in the road. And the people would just always be super apologetic like they did something wrong. And we'd all be standing there like 10 deep laughing hysterically. We did do the giant tire and the kid got hurt really fucking bad. Really, but we only did it once. My friend's dad would let us drive when we were like 11 in his field, and we'd roll. We'd flip, we'd roll. The cars didn't have any windshields in them, and they were beaters that we could barely keep running, but we'd just drive around his field and we'd fucking roll them and crash them and that only lasted like 8 months before he called it off, but it was fun. Right off a dock? You mean off the pier, Zom? We used to do that in South Haven off the pier and piss everybody off. We'd come bombing down the hill, down the pier where everyone's walking, their romantic sun. That was our favorite time to do it. Everyone's out on their romantic sunset stroll with their girlfriend or husband or whatever. And here comes 6 of us on bicycles. Fucking screaming and yelling and then ride off the end of the pier. Snow sledding? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, we had this big hill behind a church and they let us all sled there. Well, one year they did it as like a volunteer thing where they were going to fix up the hill and make it a sledding hill. It used to just be a hill and we just sled down it because it existed and it was a hill. But so they get this fucking excavating company to come out there and do all this work to this hill, and like they put a stage in the middle of it so that kids could go down that part and people could go all the way down from the top. First of all, putting a flat spot in the middle of a sledding hill? Dangerous. But then on top of it, because they fucked with the dirt, it just washed out really bad. So you had all these ruts and stone and gravel. It was awful. It was awful. But because they put this fucking kiddie stage in the middle, if you went from the top, you'd hit that fucker and just soar. I mean, just soar. So my brother's friends brought this metal saucer. They used the Crisco. Back to Crisco guy. We covered the bottom of it in Crisco. And they were all too chicken shit to do it. But I was like 8 and really wanted to impress his 12-year-old friends, so I got on it. I fucking went down that thing, hit that spot in the middle, which we had added snow to make it a jump. Fucking spinning in the air like a lunatic, and I landed face first on the gravel, and it managed to somehow roll my eyelid up and just scratch inside my eyelid without injuring my eye. Scariest thing in my life, because instantly my eye just filled with blood and I couldn't see out of my eye. And my older brother is a very tough, no emotions, always been a feelingless, well, almost always a very emotionless, very tough guy, and like he's like almost in tears. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. You're fine. We're gonna get you home. So then we walk 6 blocks home, and we get in the house. He's like, "Don't go look in the mirror. I'm gonna call mom." And I'm like, "Don't look in the mirror." I go look in the mirror, and it's just blood everywhere. My mom got there. She's convinced I'd lost my eye, but it just scratched the fuck out of the inside of my eyelid. Like, what are the odds, dude? Like 1 in a fucking million that I didn't hit my eye. I also had a friend crash, and then here comes the dad. There were always those fucking dads that would show up with their fucking 1952 Red Ryder toboggan with the metal runners. And my friend crashed, and here comes this dad with his 3 kids on his old toboggan and runs over my friend's head. And like, it was like a bad action movie where they cut the head off and then you see it open up and the head fall off. He ran him over, and my buddy's like, "I'm fine," and then you just see it start bleeding down his forehead. And it's stuck into his temple. I can one-up the Rockhead hit story with all the bad, dumb things we did. We walked one day to a lake. Fucking forever. I'm not kidding you. It was probably 4 miles or something. We were kids. It literally took forever. We walked to a lake. We get to a lake. We start throwing mud at each other. My buddy gets hit with a little rock. He gets mad. Chucks a big rock at his cousin. Fucking rock lands right on top of his head. Now here's the fucking wild part of this story. He gets an erection. And it won't go away. We walked 4 miles home and he had a rock hard erection. He ended up having to fucking tell his mom the next day and go to the hospital. and have his dick drained. From a rock to the head. Who knew? And we were like at that age where you're too afraid to tell anybody about it. How old was he? Like 15, 16? There's a guy that had like 100 orgasms a day because of a slipped disc. Yeah, they said it was like he had a concussion and like I don't know, I don't remember if it was a brain swelling or something on his brain from getting. It was a big ass rock, dude. Like it was a big rock. But imagine walking 4 miles in wet jeans with a boner, because that's what he did. That part alone sounds awful. Yeah, he said it was real bad. We were like super young at the time, like I said, so it was like we were less. About 2 years later, we got all cool with dicks and just started like waving around at each other, like, "Hey, my penis!" But at the time, we were a lot more shy. And get a big dent in your forehead. I have a big ridge across the top of my head where I fucking fell down the stairs. I I didn't fall down the stair. Well, I did. We moved into this house after my grandpa died, and the staircase had a ledge around it that was like 2 foot wide. So my mom and dad got really mad because me and my brother would always go out on the ledge and look out over the stairs. So my dad's brilliant idea was I'll put all these fucking old kitchen cabinets out there. And then he put like knickknacks on top of the kitchen cabinets, and it was cute. But what he didn't think about was there was still like this much ledge, so my toes could fit and I could hold the cabinets and walk out on the stairs. So I get like all the way out of to the end of the stairs, and my mom yells at me, "Get off there!" And I lean back, and the cabinets weren't screwed to the wall. So I took a wicked spill with a cabinet all the way to the bottom of the stairs. I fell down the stairs so much when I was a kid. It became like my thing. My dad built an addition on the house, and there wasn't even a floor upstairs, and I fell down the stairs. I fell through the floor of the addition, too. That's how I got this scar in my beard. You can't see it on camera, but there's this scar right here in my beard. And why my this sticks out so bad because there's a scar under it because I put my teeth through my lip falling through the floor of it. He had me up there at like 4, and I was sitting on one of the rafters with my feet on another one, you know, like butt on one, feet on the other. Classic sitting on the rafters pose. And then my feet slipped and I went face first into the rafter and all the way down to the first floor. I had like 2 teeth and I stuck them both through my lip. I never rode a dirt bike. That's not true. I had never. I've only rode like once, but my dad and parents big into dirt bikes, big into motorcycles. It was a thing. Uh, so get all excited. We're gonna go on my first dirt biking trip. I'm like 7. We go up north, like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Ride the trails. Michigan used to have a bunch of cool trails, and uh, we pull in, and you just hear a fucking kid screaming bloody murder. My mom runs over there because she's like a medical assistant or whatever, so she always thought she was a doctor. And this fucking kid had his throttle had stuck. He hit a tree stump, and his fucking leg bones sticking out of his skin. And I was like, I'm not riding. So we ended up turning around and going home because I refused to ride. I was like, throttles can just stick? Nope, not going. Oh yeah, that was a classic one, pallets. We'd take the we had a giant sectional, a 3-sided sectional, almost a square, We take all the couch cushions, throw them outside, and then jump off the roof onto them. We'd have the whole neighborhood over while my mom was at work. Could you imagine a lawsuit? Like 10, 12 kids on the roof of my house, jumping off on the couch cushions. Mom would come home. Why are the couch cushions so dirty? We built a fort. We didn't even put them back on the couch. We just leave them laying all over the house. Then we got the bright idea. After couch cushions were so successful, there was this rundown meth house, like 3 down from us, that got a giant picnic table umbrella. The biggest picnic table umbrella we'd ever seen in our entire lives. And me and my buddy one afternoon were like, dude, I should turn back. Actually, what happened was, we were fucking around once, climbing up and down on my mom's car, and jumping off it with regular house umbrellas. And you could feel the wind resistance. You know what I mean? So then we started thinking about how to take this to the next level, which was jump off the house. But my buddy's like, I don't think these umbrellas are big enough. And I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. And then we're like, both at the same time, the neighbors. So we ran down there, we stole their picnic table umbrella, and we climbed up onto the roof with it. And together, we ran and jumped off the edge of the house, the second story, so of an old Victorian, so probably 22 feet. And if it weren't for the fact that the umbrella pole was so long, we'd have both broke our leg. I might have killed him because he went first. But the umbrella pole was so long that it just stuck into the ground and we slid down it like shitty firemen. Oh my god, his braids were stuck to his lip. God, I have so many bad stories of people getting hurt. This one's probably the worst one I ever saw IRL. No, but it's up there. It's like sophomore year, junior year. These 2 kids were fucking around. It was the night after WWE Raw or whatever the fuck stupid wrestling shit y'all watch. And they're like, you know, play wrestling with one another. My buddy, he wasn't really a buddy. This kid hugs this other kid and does the one where you go over the shoulder and slam him like you go into like a fucking back bend and slam him down. Whatever that's called. He did that. A suplex on a tile floor. There's this tiny bit of tile at the drinking fountain where where you came out of the locker rooms. So there's just this tiny like 6x6 tile floor, and he suplexes him face first into this tile. But we're in the gym, right? So it's that high polished, beautiful wood, and you just hear this of the kid's teeth just fucking scattering across the gym floor. Every single one of his teeth. Just across the gym floor. It was insane. They were still friends. They're still friends today, I think. I'd never talk to you again. Slide whistle? They should have banned slide whistles. I could have saved a lot on that. No, I would have spent it up front, I think. It would just been an upfront investment. The ones that were in his mouth, it was so bad, dude. He looked like, oh my god. I mean, just, it was horrible. It was so horrendous. His lips were fucked. His nose was fucked. Ugh. We had like the best trampoline horror story ever in my school too. This girl came to school and her head looked like she was a fucking. She looked like Quasimodo. It was just swollen, the biggest I've ever seen a head swell. And apparently she was jumping on a trampoline with her dad. And like he went up and she came down and just fucking blasted her eye socket with his knee. And so like, and it just stayed swollen and black and blue for like ever. When you were a kid, it felt like forever. It was probably like 2 weeks, but it felt like forever. And like all the parents used her as like, this is why we don't have trampolines. Have you seen Jamie's face? So like I'm 15 and I'm finally going to get on a trampoline for the first time because like we've forgotten now about Jamie's face in 2nd grade. It was a good thing I dumped her right before then. But anyway, we forgot about Jamie's face. So it was like a bunch of us on a trampoline. And I'm just sitting there on the edge of the trampoline. I hadn't even started jumping yet. And I tell you, my mom, again, medical assistant, on top of the Jamie story, all the injuries she's seen in the hospital from trampolines, I was not allowed. And I was just sitting there on the edge of it, not doing anything. Had my arm rested. Here's the like bouncy part. Here's the bar. I think I was talking to my girlfriend. And all of a sudden, the kid just fucking falls on my arm and snap. I didn't even get to bounce. Not even once. Templar, school's vicious, dude. You don't want to be the one dating Quasimodo out of the blue. School's tough. Alice just had a kid shit his pants, stood up in the middle of class and said I diarrheaed myself. He's in 4th grade. He's fucked. That's it. The rest of his life is ruined. That kid will never be cool. That's just the truth. You can say whatever you want about how the world should be different, but the kid in 4th grade that stood up and admitted to everyone he diarrheaed himself is done. His parents should do him a favor and move. There was a kid 3 grades above me. I'll never forget his name. I know his first and last name. Never knew him, but I'll never forget his first and last name. Who fucking playing baseball went to slide into a base and landed poorly on his tailbone and shit himself. Which I once fell on my tailbone so bad that it took everything I had, all the power in me not to shit my pants. So I understand how it happened. But that kid, it was like 5th grade, something like that he did it. And I was in like 2nd grade, heard about it in 2nd grade, and made fun of him until he graduated many years later. That's the hierarchy of school. I was telling this story to a mom about the diarrhea kid. See, this is spreading the rumor, basically. And she's like, yep, I once laughed so hard I peed myself, and everybody reminded me of it all the way up till graduation day. Kid never recovered socially. You don't recover from diarrhea. Even Alice, who's like a really good kid and doesn't know these things, I don't talk to her like this, obviously. She was like, I can't believe he told everybody. Why didn't he just tell the teacher himself? Everyone's going to make fun of him. And I was like, I don't know, son. I don't know, honey. She said so far they haven't been mean to him. It is a different time. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, damn it. Kepler, did you do that just to get me to tell my story about the person who acted like an animal? I've been going off your stories. Now, and I haven't told this one in forever, and now I feel obligated. We had a kid who acted like a raptor. And not just for like a couple minutes, but from fucking. I went to 2 schools with this kid. He came over to the. When I first was in kindergarten, he was in my school. I moved in 2nd grade. He came over in 3rd grade. He's still a raptor. So at this point, he's already been a raptor. He walked on his tiptoes. He held his arms like this, and he never spoke. He only went. Rah! All right. Never. These people stop picking on him because you can't win a fight or an argument against a raptor. They're like, you're an idiot, dum dum, and he just. Like, what do you do? You couldn't tell if you were hurting his feelings, so it worked pretty well for him in the long run. Teacher stopped calling on him, everything. He wouldn't answer questions, nothing. It was just Robbie, the dinosaur. Well, in like 7th grade, he leaves. Nobody hears anything from Robbie for a while. Next thing we know, Robbie's in the news for raping and murdering a girl. He had decided he was a black raptor from outer space, which there's like more than just him. There was a whole website to it. And that on his 30th birthday, he would ascend to his spatial plane of dinosaur freedom, so it didn't matter what he did. Life had no more consequences. And you can Google this. This is a true. This is when people. For the longest time, I tell stories. People, I'd be like, Richard lies all the time on the internet, but at least it's funny, so I still watch him. Apparently, that's how. Because I said his name, Robert Marco. And people were like, holy shit, this kid's real. Richard isn't making these things up. They let him into the military and everything, knowing that he was a black raptor from outer space. So he carried his. He wasn't just the girl that pretended to be a cat for a week. He was the kid who thought he was a raptor his entire life. And I don't know what he's in prison, I assume, still. Yeah, they let him in the military knowing. That's what the big article was about. It was. You can read it right there. Tommy linked it. That was the big thing. Was like they knew that they were aware of his. Belief that he was a raptor from outer space. He fought in Iraq and everything. Yeah, it's the. Mind you, my graduating class was like 62 kids, and I got one. This was one of them, you know. It's not like I had thousands to choose from for all these loonies. Oh, does that one want 25 cents to view the article? You can probably find it free somewhere else. But Robert Marco, if you Google it, it should come up somewhere. It's been many years now, but... But yeah, there was like a whole forum of other people who believed they were black raptors from outer space. And the last I knew, he was in prison and had not... I saw his cousin once in a while, or his brother. I don't really know their relation. They had a very weird family. There were 3 kids that all lived together, and I think they were all cousins technically and not brothers, but anyway. He said he was just in prison. He didn't turn into a raptor and fly to space. I don't know why black raptors. I didn't, you couldn't ask him anyway. I stayed the night at their fucking house. I left early because I pissed the bed. And I didn't want anyone to find out. And I'm not like the dumb kid who stood up in that diarrhea. And I called my mom and said, Mom, come get me. And I left. Uranium line? It's tight, isn't it? Here's a local paper. I figured this one would work. Disable your ad blocker. I won't do that. That one might work. What's his next door neighbor? Probably not as detailed as the New York Times, but... Fuck, he still looks like the same. He's not acting like a dinosaur in court, I can see here in the pictures. Oh, here's another one. No. I was a bedwetter. Chronic bedwetter. And I wasn't because I was too lazy. I also am too lazy to pee. Like, even now. Yeah, unfortunate or super fortunate? I thought it was fortunate. Even now, though, I'll wake up at, like, fucking 6 o'clock in the morning and be like, man, I'm gonna pee. This hurts. And then I'll go back to bed and wake up at, like, 3 p.m. and be like, yeah, I better pee now. I've definitely had dreams, though, where I go pee and peed, like, twice in my life. Once on my now ex-wife. But she didn't ever know. Till I told her after she divorced me. Woke up peeing IRL? Damn, I thought we maybe grew out of that. Now I'm worried it might happen again. I peed on my ex-wife. Yeah, we were just boyfriend and girlfriend at the time. Yeah. I had like a really bad, that was like a really bad couple of months where I pissed on her and then shit all over her parents' bathroom. All over. Like everywhere. Like fucking everywhere. Neither of them, I didn't admit to either of them until after we were divorced. We were living with her parents for a little bit, and we had banged, so I'm naked. Because I normally don't sleep naked. Or maybe I did at the time. Anyway, I was naked. Couldn't find my clothes. The TV was on in the living room, and you had to go through the living room to get to the bathroom. So I fucking spent way too long trying to find clothes. Without wanting to wake my girlfriend up, because for some reason I'm a super gentleman. That I'm willing to, like, shit myself before turning the light on to not shit myself. But anyway, couldn't find clothes, so eventually I just fucking went for it, right? Threw the door open, sprinted across the living room. Her dad was in the recliner asleep. Sprinting is always a bad idea. I've shit myself twice. Both times it was running. Don't ever run. Sprint to the bathroom. Turn my buttocks to the seat, which is up because it's shared with many men. So it's up. And let me set something on this reel button. Well, you need to know about the angle here, right? So back here's the toilet seat, butthole, right? Diarrhea. It just went. I mean, in every fucking direction. Just 360 degrees of shit. 99%. I spent hours cleaning it up with everything they had in that bathroom. Towels, everything. threw it all out of my girlfriend's bedroom window. Laid in bed, terrified someone was gonna know. Until she woke up, said I had to leave, grabbed everything from outside her bedroom window, threw it in the trunk of my car, and left. I told them all this story some years ago at like a at a holiday. And she was so mad about her mom was so mad about the towel. She's like, I looked for towels forever. I knew I was missing so many towels. And I was like, you were like 8. It's hard to wipe up shit with a towel. Accidentally shitting yourself is completely different. Okay? Completely different scenario. And being a fucking embarrassed, like, 18-year-old because you just shit all over it. And, like, we had only been together a brief period of time. It was... I didn't want to mess it up with a shit-pocalypse. Shit there on purpose. I had this fucking guy, a friend of a friend. I was hanging out with my friend and we were doing some work and he just showed up. Big dude, giant dude. And he's like, man, bad day. I got fired. And my buddy's like always trying to help him, always trying to get him to get his shit together. And he's like, what the fuck happened, man? I thought you were getting it together, you know? Because he'd been warned about being late and not showing up. And he's like, dude, I was doing good. I had it figured out, and then I had a through and through. And me and my buddy look at each other, we're like, a what? A through and through, you know. When you fart, but instead you just shit. And we're like, you mean like a shart? He's like, no. This is where you actually just shit. A shart's when you just like, you know, it's a wet fart. But a through and through, that's where you just, the whole thing comes out. Like, no, man, that doesn't happen to us. So he tried to just work through it because he didn't want to get fired. But then everyone was complaining so bad, they sent him home and fired him for it. Ben, I've never, like, tried to fart and let out a whole turd. Or, like, a whole lot of shit. I've definitely had, like, a juicy fart. But never, like, anywhere near enough poop that I'd be like, I shit. You call it the poop soup. Y'all need more fiber or something. Yeah, I shit my pants, I'd walk right out. I know I'm gonna fucking try to tough it out. I wouldn't risk a fart. So that's my thing. For you, those of you that have had this happen, I have many questions. By many, I mean at least one. Did you have, like, was there a suspicion that this fart might be dangerous? Or was it just a true shocker? Like, holy fuck, I didn't see that coming. Rock solid poker face. That's what I'm gonna say. Like, every time I've ever, like, sharted a little bit, and I mean a little bit, no suspicion at all, 100% shocker. A lot of true shockers in here. Okay, I've never once even had, like, a surprise wet fart. I feel like me and my body are pretty in tune when it comes to shitting and farting, and I know, like, this is dangerous. Don't do this on the work, you know, at least start heading to the restroom. crazy. A true shocker. Just surprise shit yourself. That's gotta suck, dude. Sitting next to your buddy. You guys still friends? One of these batteries just fucking broke. That's so weird. And crap is all over the walls? How do you think that happens? Drug addicts, teenagers. Yeah, dumbass stuff like that for sure. That's how I assume shit gets most places. That and just people that are like totally fucked out of their gourd. I watched a woman once. I was sitting there playing Halo with a buddy, middle of the night in an apartment with a bunch of his friends. He shared like it's like one of those dorm apartments. So there's like 3 dudes that live in it with a shared common. And this fucking girl walks out, and they had like a bay window. She walks out, opens up my buddy's iPad, or not my buddy, one of the roommates. Not iPad. What are they called? What are Apple laptop? What are those called? MacBook. Opens up the MacBook, sits down it, and pisses all over it. She thought it was the toilet. She was drunk off her ass. Thought it was the toilet. Which fair. White lid. My first ever detention was the janitor walked in on me. No, second detention. My first detention was for not doing cursive. Because fuck that shit. Stupid anyway. Not tracing cursive. Second detention. Maybe third. Who knows? One of my first elementary school detentions was we had the fucking urinals that were really tall and went all the way down to the floor. So I was pissing in one, and I started backing up, and I'm on the other side of the wall pissing into the urinal, and the fucking janitor walks in. He gave me another detention once because I flipped him off. Rude janitor. He was a bus driver too. He wouldn't let my buddy ride the bus home with me because we didn't have a note, which is just the rules. But, you know, you're kids, so that pissed you off. So then we fucking walked home, got there before the bus, stood out and waited until he drove by and gave him the finger. And then we got detentions for that. That was upsetting. That's when I learned you could get in trouble even when you're not in school. The janitor could give detention. He could tell the principal what happened, and then the principal would give you detention. He still works there. He's a cool guy. I see him all the time. Still a janitor. My daughter goes to the same school. Yeah, I didn't really start hitting kids a lot in elementary. I had a couple elementary school fights. Once with Raptor Boy, actually. But my first attention was because we were supposed to... Listen, my whole life has been about how can I, scam the system and do as little as possible. We had these little fucking workbooks where we'd go through and write cursive in them. And then we were supposed to go back and correct our errors. Well, I found out that she never checked it. So for the majority of the year, I just never corrected any of my errors and just sat there looking at my book with my pen on it, which is the same amount of effort as just tracing over lines, but I just wouldn't do it. That was my first attention. I also got one. One of my favorite ones in elementary school was I got one for saying titty. It's because my buddy gave me a titty twister, and I yelled, "Ow, my titty!" And then my mom came in and just lost her fucking mind on the principal. In our house, titty's not a bad word. It's a body part. I'm a nurse. And just went on and on and on, just screaming titty over and over and over so the whole school can hear it. But to this day, my best attention, and the one I will always be most proudest of, and in my 80s I'll still be telling people about it, was when I walked into the room, Richard was humping a boy. When I turned my back, he proceeded to hump another. Was exactly what was written on the detention. So giving that to my mother was... proceeded to hump another. Elaborate. We had this game where we'd sneak up on each other, jump on each other's backs, and then just like ride them to the ground. Up until that point, none of us, even though like this was the era of everything was gay, everything was homophobic, everything, you know, none of us had even thought about the fact that we were kind of just humping each other into submission. At the time, we would just jump on each other's backs if you weren't paying attention. The whole goal was to pay attention. It was to be on your toes. So that way if someone came, you hear the fucking sound of feet come pattering up behind you, you'd turn around and throw up a knee, right, and get them in the gut. But if they weren't paying attention, you jump on their back and kind of like ride them like a horse down to the ground. And you'd flail about a lot because I was little, especially me. It wasn't until my senior year that I got over 5'2". So it took a lot of riding to get some of these boys to the ground. So I did. I jumped on a kid's back who wasn't paying attention when I walked into class. And then everybody's laughing about it. And the kid didn't pay attention. So I immediately like dismounted and mounted another. My mom got me out of the titty detention. She had to go all the way up to superintendent, though. Sack taps? The humping game turned into punching each other in the head because teachers couldn't see that as easily. And we kept getting detentions for humping each other. They had like a whole announcement over it. They didn't call it humping in the announcement, unfortunately. So then we just switched to literally sucker punching each other in the back of the head. And like, dude, I'm amazed I don't have permanent... I might have brain damage. How would I know? But we would just like white each other out, fucking blasting each other in the back of the head as hard as we could. But most of mine were just fighting. We got like a whole bunch of Saturday schools. Well, I didn't, but I should have, over flattening all the tires on the buses. We took out all their valve cores, so all the bus tires went flat. Trying to skip school because we stayed up all night playing Halo. And then they only gave us a 2-hour delay. And that sucked. I think I just skipped school, though. Because, like, my mom didn't have control of me anymore at that point. She had completely lost control. So I was just, like, helping my friends try to get out of school because they had parents. That seems more... They all got in trouble by the cops for that one because the weight of the bus cut the tires, some of the tires, so they actually had to replace tires. But see, they were idiots, and when the cops came knocking at their door saying, "We know you did it," they said, "Oh," and I said, "No, I didn't." And then my friends were mad at me for like a month. One of our best ones was the senior girls were all yelling at my friend group because we weren't helping with the senior float for homecoming. And we were like, I don't know, fucking around one night and like, how can we help with the float? Trying to impress the girls. And my buddy's like, let's just go sabotage all the other floats. So we went around and broke in to where all the other floats were stored and stole all the wheels so that none of their floats had wheels, which was a really great idea. But one of the fucking owners of the trailer lost his fucking shit over it. I guess he said they were very expensive rims and tires and stuff like that. We intended to give them back. Like, we never intended to throw them away. But then he, like, put up a reward. So me and my buddies were, like, trying to figure out how we could get the reward without admitting it was us. It took a lot of convincing on me and another friend of mine's part to be like, dude, the $200 or whatever they're offering us is not worth the legal repercussions. Did your float win? No, I think we got like last. They just got new tires and went. And then at our senior game during halftime, we rolled all the tires down the hill out into the fence and gave them all back. We didn't intend to keep them. We just wanted to help. I got thrown out shortly thereafter for fighting. My favorite fight of my entire life. You do best stealing tires. Yeah, it was funny. And we were like super careful. We didn't want to hurt anything. We'd already done the bus tire thing like 3 years prior. So we were super careful. We left them all on bricks. We didn't just drop them to the ground. We were all hillbillies who knew enough about mechanically. We jacked them up carefully. We left one on jack stands, I think, even. Like, we probably lost money. We probably just took jack stands from somebody else's house. Or maybe found them in their garage even. I don't remember. The hardest part was figuring out where every float was. Hillbillies of culture. Listen, we helped. We couldn't admit to it, though, because the one dude lost his mind so bad. There was this kid, though, that I wanted to fight all through high school. So my freshman year, first day, rewind. Over the summer, neighbor girl down the road. Very sweet girl. I probably should have married her, but she just wasn't quite good looking enough for me as a teenager. So we were very good friends, lived just down the road from each other. And she had been fucking around with this dude who was a year older than us, and he was being a real cunt about it. So I got on AIM one night, found him on AIM, and told him to stop being a fucking asshole. That was it. He never said a word to me. I just told him to stop being a fucking asshole. They broke up. I was happy that I did my part to help protect my friend. First day of high school, I sit down at my freshman table, and this fucking kid throws an ice cream at me. And I threw back a chair. And from then on, every week, I fought somebody from his friend group. But never him. But it was always him. He was always the one who started it. He was always the asshole that I wanted to fight. So he graduated and I never got to fight him. And it was like the saddest thing in my life. Never got to fight this kid. But in my senior homecoming, there he is, walking down the bleachers at me. And I fought a lot, but I didn't start a lot of fights. some people would say I started my share, but what would happen would be like I'd talk shit. I'd be like, "Hey, you butthead." We used other terms back then, but for today's sake, because I don't want to be banned on Twitch, "Hey, you butthead," and then he'd be like, "Fuck you," and then I'd hit him in the face. See, I didn't start that fight. He should have just let me call him a butthead. Anyway, so we're walking at each other. It's like, in my mind, it still is like slow motion movie material of me debating what I'm about to do here, because all my life, okay, what felt like all my life, I've wanted to beat this kid's ass. But he was like about the same size as me, pretty built. You don't want to get your ass kicked either, because I still had to finish out the rest of my school year. So we're walking at each other, and I chicken out. But then he leans into me, and I lean back, and we fucking hit shoulders real hard, and I just rounded on him with my car keys in my hand and just pummeled him into the football field. We had this raised bleachers, and I just beat him over the railing of and like all these parents came running down, lifted me over their heads, screaming and yelling that I just sucker punched him. And like I sort of did, but he hit me with his shoulder. So if you push me with your shoulder, you're saying, "Hey man, let's fight." But it was you know, like at the end of a sports movie when they carry the guy around on their shoulders and like everyone's cheering. That's how I felt, even though everyone was just screaming and yelling at me that I was a horrible monster. I felt like that guy. That was my moment of being a hero. Getting carried out of the football field by parents. And I'll always have that, you know? It was a real Rudy moment, yeah. I felt it. It was a lovely. Lovely. He never even got to fucking swing back. I just fucking beat the side of his face until he fell over the railing. It was wonderful. It was perfect. I've never seen him again. It was the best ending to our rivalry that could have ever existed. That was really it, though. I was a tiny kid, still not a very big dude. And so anytime there was an engagement verbally, I just started hitting you. And I didn't stop until I assumed that you were done. Now, I'd never stomped on kids. I don't like to, like, really, I find that shit gross. But, like, you know, punch them till they fall down. Definitely. So while, yes, I may have started fights because I was the first one to throw the punch, I was also just afraid they'd punch first and I'd get knocked the fuck out. It's very fear-driven. I should message him on Facebook? No thanks. We didn't have anything in common. Nah, not really. I am best friends with like the one other kid that was kind of a bully to me in my school. Now as an adult, we're like besties. We fish together like every other day. A lot of fighting in my school, though. I think I had like 100 and something total fights. My principal gave me the Mock Award. He was a very cool dude. And I always say I never got bullied, but the more I tell these stories, the more I realize I got picked on quite a bit. I was poor in hand-me-down clothes that never fit me. I had a mohawk, and I was a loudmouth. But he was always very, very cool with me and knew that, like, it helped that every time I got into a fight, the first thing I did was walk straight to the office and say, I just got in a fight with blank. And that was it. Then they'd have to get on the intercom or call the teacher and find the other kid. I was already sitting there waiting. They already heard my side of the story. Deserves some of it? Very little. There were very few of those where I said the first word. Most of the time it was this kid started a nickname and everything. And so most of the time it was this kid's friend group fucking with me. And now my best friend's friend group, his friend group did it too. But they were just mean kids. They all got expelled eventually. They were so mean. Because they got like went over the board. My school was like my whole high school was probably like 240 kids. I like legitimately fought almost every single male in the grade above me. I think at one point my friends were trying to count how many were left, and it was like less than 10 that I hadn't fought. Yeah, my senior year, my friends would they were in special ed classes, which it's relevant to me because a lot of the times they would tell these big dummies that were in the classes with them. And when I say big dummies, I mean Hodors. That like I was talking shit. So then I'd be walking down the hall and this kid would say, you know, like, hey man, fuck you. And then I'd hit him. And it took me like months to figure out why all these kids were just all of a sudden angry at me. But my friends thought it was super funny because they knew about my attitude. They all just thought I had a bad temper, which I did. So yeah, there was a lot. And I fought one kid like at least 10 times. That was the thing about fighting, though. As much as it's dumb, and I wish it didn't need to exist. Like I just said to you, like now that I'm 34, I could look back and say, yeah, I was picked on a bit. But at the time, I never felt like I was bullied. I mean, like I hear stories like Cobalt told me some pretty horrible stories about how bad he was picked on, and that to the point that he just fucking head down on a desk in a hoodie and like didn't talk to anybody but like two kids in the entire school, and he went to a school with thousands of kids. And Cobalt is like the most lively, lovely, lovable person that blew me away. He would have fit right into my group so easily, and none of us walked around afraid. Um, there were very few kids even in my school that I would say were like pretty that were hazed very hard. There was like two. Um, so yeah, like my issue now is the bullying still exists, but you can't punch them in the face. Because the majority of the time I fought somebody, that was it. We never had another problem again. I eat breakfast regularly with kids that we've punched each other in the face. And we have no qualms, no beef, no issues. But, like, if I would have spent 3 years letting him fucking talk shit, I don't know, I think I'd still be mad. Jesus, come back. Yeah, dude, like, I don't know. I never felt like I would have had to deal with that. The closest thing I had to that was my friend now and his group because they were the scariest group of kids in our school and nobody wanted to fight them. They were like the one group of kids. And the big reason was they were always together. They didn't ever separate. And they were the like four of the biggest, meanest redneck I mean, real rednecks, like dirt fucking floors. They fucking filled their bathtub with a hose, legitimately. I think, especially when you're young, Mister, that like emotions run high. You know, I'll admit now, like there was so many of those fights that were the worst one. Like I remember feeling like, whoa, what did I just do? Was I was walking out of school and there's this kid and I that we never liked each other. We always talked shit to each other. We always trash talked each other. But he was a younger kid than me, so I never really like fucked with him. I don't know, whatever. We kind of had similar friends, but he had this nice car his parents bought him and he fucking wrecked it. So his parents, as like punishment, made him drive this sweet like 62 Ford Falcon. It was actually a cool car, but we were walking out and a bunch of us are laughing at him, joking with him, picking on him about the fact that he had to drive this old car now. And he looks directly at me and says, "What are you driving?" And I don't know what came over me, but I threw my books down and I dove through the fucking driver's side window and beat him against the passenger window. And I remember, like, after 4 or 5 hits, hearing, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this?" And, like, just stopping, getting out of the driver's side door and walking to grab my books and going home. And my friends were even like, "Dude, that was uncalled for." I was like, "Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of lost it." And then the next day I had to fight his brother and his cousin. But even then, right? Like that kid felt intimidated, scared. Don't worry. He's got a cousin and a brother. And his cousin laid me up. He was like 6'2" and just beat the fuck out of the side of my head. I was hugging him in the waist because I knew I could not reach him. So I'm just hugging his waist and like trying to throw punches up, pushing him all over the place, trying to knock him down. And he just kept hitting me in the sides of the fucking head. Next day I'm at lunch and everyone's like, "Oh man, you held your own. You did pretty good. His face was all bloodied up." And I'm like, yeah, got him good. But I can barely open my fucking mouth. I'm trying to eat a sandwich and it's like, nope, can't eat. Can't open my mouth. What age again? This is all high school. I don't know. So somewhere between 15 and 18. But I was lucky, man. I never had anybody overdo it. You know, even like that kid overdid it the most because I stayed up, you know, and kept going. But like anytime I got knocked down, I got out of it. I didn't, teachers interrupted it and it was over, you know, nobody got hurt. It was the fights after school because people didn't want to get in trouble at school that kids got fucking stomped their teeth in and boom, 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 boom. My bite has died. And I really did work hard on my temper. It's been a long time since I've gotten into a fight. Because I'm not a big dude, like, and I got my ass kicked plenty. I remember some kids pulled up on the side of the road in the full car, big kids. I'm assuming called me gay. That was the big go-to, the old F word. And I just ran up and started hitting one of them. And like the whole car gets out and they're kicking the shit out of me on the ground. And I'm so lucky that I was in a tourist town and random adults are like pulling these kids off me. And then when the cops show up, these kids are all fucking 20 something years old. You know, I was literally a kid. I was like 16, 17. They all got arrested. But I could have easily ended up fucking badly hurt. And I know that now. School, at least, it feels a lot more controlled. My school supposedly has a tolerance policy for fighting now, my kid's school, but I've heard of quite a few fist fights already. Yeah, dude, I was lucky I got with Kim at like 19, 20, and we stopped partying like that. You know, we had our own little things. I bought a house young. And we started having our own little parties and stuff like that. But so many of my friends, dude, started going to random frat parties and house parties and getting fucking stabbed with beer bottles and smashed over the head with beer bottles. Fuck, my father-in-law was at the bar and some woman walked up to him that knew him from high school and started talking to him. He didn't even walk up to her. She walked up to him, and she even said this in court, and started talking to him. And her boyfriend, drunk, comes over and fucking smashes him on the top of the head with a motorcycle helmet, a full-face motorcycle helmet. Cracked his skull, broke discs in his back, fucked his life up, dude. He's been on disability for like 20 years now. Zero tolerance is stupid. Because shit happens, dude. Like I said, emotions run wild. I mean, they're attempting to prevent fighting. But I do think until we change this idea that tattling is bad, right? Like, even when somebody said, when the bus driver gave me the attention for pissing across the bathroom, like, he's a little rat bastard or whatever. Like, until we get this idea, like, that it's still you telling on people, tattling, all those things are looked at as a negative. Until we change that mentality, my daughter, if somebody's fucking picking on her, I don't give a shit. She better punch him in the mouth. And my daughter is the biggest tattletale on the planet. She will tell on everyone. She does not care. She's a narc. And I've taught her that way, you know? Because it's the only defense that I know of she really has at school, is to tell on them. She tell on me? Oh, yeah. Big time. And mom. And me and mom we hate it. Because it causes so many fights between me and mom, but at the same time, it's the better alternative, you know? We would much rather know that that's going on. Yeah, teach No, I don't know. I think she needs to be able to tell anytime that some of her feelings are hurt. She needs to be able to tell because it's the only defense she's got when there's a zero tolerance fighting policy. And the other alternative is what? Talk shit back. Not even forced to defend themselves. Emotions, man. That really, for me, that's it. And like, I really started to learn a lot about it when I started to have panic attacks and anxiety disorder, because the feeling is very similar that I would get before I get into a fight. Just this adrenaline, this overwhelming emotion, this like want to cry, and the panic attacks is because I didn't know what to do about it. In the situation at school, I just punched motherfucker in the face. And I would cry a lot, dude. Like I've said this in chat. Like if I get into a fist fight, it doesn't matter if you never touched me. I'll probably end up crying just because of the fucking rush of emotions, dude. Just wreaks havoc on me, my whole body. So adrenaline, yeah, like. And I think that the same goes with kids, you know. You don't know what you're saying to a kid and what's going to offend them. You know what I mean? Like, one kid could accidentally say the wrong thing about mommy, daddy. I played that card a lot in school. My divorced parents. My principal in high school was finally, your parents have been divorced since you were in elementary. I know. Is that another shiny? Hell yeah. They'd been a long time for a bite. I think I did fuck up my boilie sizes when I ran out. I don't think so as a kid either, Buzzin'. I mean, I know that a lot of those scenarios, I was swinging before I was thinking. And, like, that's a hard thing to teach. I used to joke about this one all the time with chat, and it still comes up once in a while, but, like, this idea of, like, getting into a relationship where you're slapping, hitting, punching, choking, and stuff like that. Like, I've had a couple of girlfriends get physical with me. attack me, like get mad and hit me or throw things at me, things like that, right? And I watched my dad abusive with my mother, so like I'd always laugh about it and joke about it, but like I don't know what it is, but there's something programmed into me that I don't fight back in those scenarios, that I just get out of those situations. Um, and I don't ever want to fuck around with any kind of violence in bed because I'm afraid that like if I broke down that whatever mental barrier I have towards violence and women, that I might do it in other situations, right? If I found a situation where I could do it comfortably, that I might accidentally do it back out of anger instead of just out of some stupid sexual whatever fantasy. I fucking whipped, speaking of my buddy that was my bully, and he's still got a temper. So he still kind of intimidates me once in a while. But we're having this tough day at the tournament last week, and I finally fucking nail one. It's out deeper water, and I saw another one on the live scope. So I go to like immediately cast back out there, but the boat had drifted, so I had to turn. And when I did that, I fucking shit whipped him with like 3/16 of lead right in the neck, dude. He rounded on me like he was about to just blast me into the lake. And I could tell it took like everything he had not to just like reactionary punch me in the face. And I was like, dude, you kind of scared me there. He's like, oh, no, it's fine. I was like, yeah, my ass, dude. I saw you fucking ball up a fist and swivel on a heel. Like, I know that look. But growing up as friends, if we got mad at each other bad enough, even as best friends, we hit each other in the face. And, like, immediately regret it, apologize within a few days or whatever. Like, but that's, I don't know. I just feel like so much of that for me was just emotions that I couldn't really think it through. I know that now I could. I remember I lived in this shitty loft above a garage with my girlfriend, and there was no bathroom in it. So I was coming down to go pee, and it's the middle of the night, and my buddy's fucking hiding, jumps out and scares me. And I just reaction grabbed him, slammed him on the hood, and started screaming at him like I was his dad. Like, don't fucking do that! How dare you fucking do that! And then I just started laughing because I'm like, dude, that was a good scare. Good job. But like before I could take the time to process what had happened, I'd already slammed him down on the hood by the front of his shirt. Ow. It's hotter than hell in here. A lead weight is definitely better than a hook. It left like a perfect imprint of the weight on his neck too. Oh, for sure, hooligan. Especially with like emotions, and they're worn out so much more. That's like the thing I don't remember as a kid, but like as a parent and all the stuff I do with Girl Scouts, with cheerleading, like seeing how frequently these kids are just beat down, man, like just tired, and how much it fucks their emotions up too. I really hate the cheerleading schedule. I should try to talk to coach about it because they get out of school at 3, and we don't get done with cheer until 5. But it takes like it's like 30 minutes waiting on the kids to get down there from their classes, and then 30 minutes of getting ready for cheer, and then an hour of cheer. I'm like, dude, by fucking 4 o'clock, some of these kids are just like physically drained, which makes them emotional messes. Is that another little shiny? It is another little shiny. All right, chat. One last question about parenting. There's a lot of kids that, as the seasons go on, start to get very comfortable with me. To the point that they get like grabby, huggy. One specifically ass slappy. Do I talk to the parents or do I just fucking ignore it and hope no one ever sends me to jail? Rev, have a good night. I did talk to Ass Slappy. I did talk to Ass Slappy herself. It's like, just that you cannot do that to me. That is not okay. But it's fucked up because like they hug all the other teachers and all the other coaches. My school, by the way, is all women except one guy. So like, yeah. Don't even. I know, dude. It's so fucking. It feels so bad to the kids because like. I don't know, but I feel like talking to the parents is like making it a big deal. Like I think it's a big deal. And like the other coach doesn't. She doesn't say anything or comment on it. She thinks it's, you know, she's glad they like me or whatever, I guess. But yeah, it freaks me out, man. It's just I feel like it's so scary, and I know it's borderline sexist, but it's so scary being a dude in all these girl activities. I'm gonna have to bail here soon. I think it's getting to that age. I think it was a lot easier when they were 6, 7. Later, Raptors. And there are some kids, some girls that I can tell, like, you know, they're daddy's girls, and that come to me before the other coach. Some girl today comes running up to me. She's holding her nose, like, I was gonna tell this one earlier. I forgot. If you're easily like gagged out, don't maybe mute for a minute. But she's holding her nose like this, and I know I noticed it now, but she had her hands like just under her mouth. She comes running up to me. I'm like, "Oh no, do you got a bloody nose?" She's like, "I need a tissue." And I'm like, "Bloody nose?" And she's like, "No." And she holds her hands down, and it's like a fucking half a cup of snot. She goes to fucking talk, and it just rolls into her mouth. And it took everything I had not to just fucking throw up on her. Just puke on her. Oh, it was awful. Like a half dozen egg whites just rolled into her mouth. Ugh. But even that one, right? Like I took her to the bathroom, but I stayed outside the fucking school. Like I'm not even gonna go stand outside the bathroom. I'll take you because we had to cross the street. So I'll take you across the street to the school, and you're on your own from there because I'm not even gonna get within 10 foot of taking a girl to the girls' bathroom. Yeah, a lot of the parents don't care. My Girl Scout parents definitely are a lot better with it. We've had a lot more talks about it. I've explained, you know, like coming into the troop as the only dude, and none of the other parents seem to give a shit or want to be involved. So it's like sometimes I'm the only adult, period. Um, but the cheer, there's like 60 fucking girls, and I don't know. It's a definitely a tough topic, dude. I don't want it to push me out of that stuff though, because I still think it's important. I definitely think it's sad that there aren't more male teachers in those grades too. And we have one. I said this the other day, and it's had me fucked up for a while, and I mentioned it to a few of my friends from school that I occasionally talk to. But we didn't have a single teacher that wasn't white. My entire life. It feels like you missed out on a lot of opportunity there to like learn something. Black History Month was always a thing in school, but like now I realize the fucking how ironic it almost is when you're getting it taught to you exclusively by white people your whole life. I'm pretty sure my kid's entire elementary is white. No, there's one Asian teacher. Were they treated so poorly, Yugi? Oh, I didn't even think about that. Actually, I forgot how fucking shit we are as people. Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Hillbilly ass town. I didn't even meet an Asian until I was legit like borderline an adult. That's fucking wild. We had one black kid until high school. It's crazy how much culture that you just don't even realize. When he moved in, yeah, Jorth. We've got very few still in my town. But we were always a very Hispanic town, like I talked about. So like I did learn quite a bit about that, like food and culture and holidays and things because I didn't know they were illegal, you know, for the longest time. And even though I like heard it thrown around, I didn't recognize it. You had the same amount of kids as kids who thought they were raptors. But I remember like first time watching a whole family get together and make tamales and stuff, and it was like so cool to me because it reminded me of like we only did that at Christmas where like everyone got together and made cookies and stuff. All the kids got together and made cookies, but this was like the whole fucking family get together and make tamales, and it was just like a Saturday. From just about everywhere. Yeah, the internet too for us. I mean, like gay and all that stuff didn't really exist to me. Like I've said that when we were talking with like Jasky and Apollo and some of these people that like really were willing to dive deep into sexuality stuff with me online. Uh, it wasn't an option. You know what I mean? Like I never even thought that it was a choice ever. And it's weird to think about like how different I might have turned out had I ever considered homosexuality as an option. Because, like, I'm not joking. The majority of the fights I got into, the F word was probably the start of it. Yeah, same Jenkins. All right, fish. It's getting late. So I'm super glad my daughter has a lot more exposure to that shit. Though kids are like scary. Scary. I don't know, maybe not. I'm trying to think. How old were we when we started talking about sex shit? Pretty young, dude. I hear my bell going off. Yeah, I don't know even. That's where I'm at. Like 11. Yeah, I was real young. I know. Like, I was definitely trying to jack off before I could because I knew about it somehow. I had porn when I was like 10. Like a whole roll of hustlers that my dad tried to give to my 15-year-old brother, but my 15-year-old brother was too lazy to go look. or that my dad forgot he put there. One or the other. I've never gotten the for sure. My dad is the kind of guy that if you ask him something like that, he'll just give you the like, "What do you think?" haha answer, and you never know if he's. But I remember specifically he gave my brother this car on his 15th birthday or whatever, and he told him there was something in there for him, and my brother just didn't get up from his computer chair. He didn't give a shit. He was in the middle of playing Muds or something. He didn't care. So I ran out to the car and I'm trying to tear this car apart to look for things, and I don't remember if I found anything else, but I do remember under the dash, shoved up under the dash, I found this roll of Hustlers. That was so popular. I had those things for years, dude. Oh yeah, Frosty. And like, there's still parts of it that I struggle with. You know, I mean, there's still things. I still make mistakes and still fuck up, and I'm well aware of it, dude. It's crazy. The internet ruined everything. I don't know. I like am just old enough that like porn on the internet was a really difficult thing. Maybe if you were Brainiac, it was easy for y'all, but like, I mean, the amount of fucking viruses that wreaked havoc my brother had to solve for us because I was trying to look at porn on the internet. Back in the day, it was a lot harder to find. Like, nowadays, you can just Google and watch fucking 20-minute videos for free. Back in the day, you'd get like 10-second clips if you were lucky, or you had to download it off LimeWire, which was always just, or one of those programs, and it was always just like a fucking 10% chance you were downloading a goddamn virus. Or still images, yeah. Which, the minute I found out videos existed, still images weren't enough. I'd wait 6 hours, 24 hours to watch the preview of my download. And it hasn't changed as much as you'd like to think, Frosty. Like, my brother's 19 from a small town, and like, even though he was around a lot more of it, he still isn't very conscious of it and being respectful. Dude, I didn't mind the like random junk pictures of. The one that scarred me for life was when I saw Bart fucking Marge, and it was like Marge was hot, Bart was hung. That one's still burned into my brain, dude. Trying to watch regular ass porn, and all of a sudden there's. Couldn't watch The Simpsons anymore. I've been on the internet, me too. Too long. I can't imagine the trouble teenage kids are getting into with phones, dude. I'm afraid to ask the parents I know that have teenagers, like fucking nudes and stuff like that. It's so scary to me. Because even as an adult, I've made some dumb decisions with nudes. A streamer I know, his daughter, like 13 or 14, was like fucking every day exchanging pictures with some fucking creep across the country. He was like late 20s, early 30s. Took everything I had to talk him down from going to kill the man. Yeah, Kake. I got your dick pic somewhere here still. I bet I do actually, now that I think about it. That's just here, huh? I gotta look now. Can you delete it from your end? If not, it's still here. Yep, there's your dick. It's not a bad flaccid dick, though. Your bush is out of fucking control. I hope you've learned to tame it since then. God, I can't wait to go to breakfast tomorrow, Chad. I finally get to hear more details of the town gossip of fucking dude who posted his micro penis on fucking Facebook. You haven't tamed your bush more than that? You really should knock it down a bit. Just put the fucking guard on your clippers and just mow that shit. Just down, you know. If I feel like if you can see your shaft through your bush, if your bush is sticking out so far that you can like see it through the grassy field that is your bush, that your bush is too long. Can we agree with that, chat, men? Don't give it. You don't want to. Don't shave it all the way off because you look like a fucking prepubescent boy, and that's weird. But if you look down at your dick and you're looking at your flaccid dick through bush, knock it down a bit. I could have swore. Or maybe I didn't. Yeah, I think that's too much. You're like right on the, you're like, that's like exactly haircut level, I think. Okay, you're like right there. You're not out of control, lost in the jungle. It's not fucking Kevin Hart in Jumanji. It helps you've got a decent flaccid dick, though. You got more like a, you're not like a Dwayne Johnson in Jumanji. See, I'm like a Kevin Hart. You're more like a Jack Black in Jumanji. Anyway, the dude who shared his tiny penis on Facebook stories to the whole town. I can't wait to find out more if there's any more juicy details. God, dude, how could you do that? It has to have been somebody being mean to him or a prank. Tiny, Chad. I'm not just being mean because I don't have a big dick myself, so that would be mean. It looked like somebody did fucking got your nose, you know? Like, I would say it's a legit micro penis. I haven't, like, Googled that. I actually did. I'm not going to lie to you. I Googled micro penis in a few different varieties and scrolled a few pages in an attempt to find the exact image. Thinking if somebody was pranking him, they wouldn't fucking go scrolling through 9,000 pages of micro penises to find the right one. They would just pick one of the ones on, like, the first page. I didn't see it. I couldn't find anything similar. It's my friend, like, from school, his dad. So I, like, grew up with the guy. So it's... I don't have the image to reverse image search it. I should ask the girl if she still has it, and then I'll do a reverse image search. There's this waitress. I haven't said it, I don't think, in chat, but I've got like a huge crush on her. But she's got a dude, so I am very. I don't push the boundaries. We talk just when she's at work. Every once in a while, she'll like shoot me a text or something. But like, she's taken, so I am I'm a gentleman. So I was gonna text her and ask for her, but I don't like to text her. It's not. The algorithm will show you all the penis enlargement ads. I mean, I just need to know, dude. I just need to know. And the fucked up part is his son's hung very well. But I really wonder if there is, like, I don't know what causes a micro penis. If it's just fucking chance or what. But his dad has this incredibly high-pitched voice. So I really wonder if it's like a testosterone thing, and now it's all coming together. Tiny dick, high-pitched voice. Because his son doesn't have the high-pitched voice, big old dick. T levels in the womb. You think that's what I was wondering, if it's a low T thing, and that's also the voice. You can still fuck with a micro penis. But it does explain a lot about why he's so mean to his son. Because his son's dick is, you know, like, I'd be thrilled to have it. I'd pay money for that thing. I heard him fucking once, actually. I was in the room next door, his son's room next door, and he was fucking a deaf woman. And it was noisy. Between his high-pitched groans and her noises that she couldn't hear. Dude, there's just like, I mean, if the dude grew 800%, he'd still have a small dick, chink. I'm not kidding when I do this. I mean, that I mean, even if, like, you're still not. I don't ever like to like say exactly what's small because I feel bad for it. So like, but even if he ended up like, that's like 800% of a thumb tip. And sorry to anyone in chat whose dick's the size of this battery. You have a small dick, I guess. But I just don't like to I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings here. Yeah, dude, like, I'm not trying to be mean to deaf people. It's honestly, like, now that I'm an adult, it's kind of like the purest form of noises, you know? Because if I'm making noises during sex, I'm self-conscious about it, toning them down, adjusting them accordingly, right? But if you're fucking a deaf man or woman, and they're fucking making those noises, that's all natural. With no fear, no self-conscious, no adjustments because they're worried what you'll think. Your dad would just walk around the house ass naked? That is really weird. Is that a thing, actually? Not to, like, make you uncomfortable here, Frosty, but I didn't think that was a thing. When we were very little, so little that I genuinely cannot remember it, I know that we, like, took baths and shit, I'm sure. I remember of seeing some photos in photo albums. But, like, my dad, whitey tighties all the time. Never naked. Your dad still does? Really? Like, are you still live with your dad? Like, you're a grown-ass man? And, no, again, no judgment, just curiosity here. Many times we passed each other. He didn't, like... No, you like say, okay. Because if you were, like, still an adult living in their home... I don't know, I guess I could see if my 30-year-old son was still living with me and I wanted to just walk around my house naked. Fuck you, I guess. But that is the problem with the world now. Not the world, but it is the scary part. Is, like, it's so easily for that to be misconstrued as... something fucking sexual. And doesn't even care when you visit. Wow. Not in front of you or your son. Huh. Well hung? Are you like a family of studs? Not even close. Just no shame. Oh, just no shame. I love that, dude. Judgment. Thank you for the 100 bits. The literal balls on that, man. I love that. Just no shame. Old? I got so many questions. But he's always done it, you said. It's been just been his thing. He's 60, but has always done it. I would just assume it's like what he grew up around, but I don't know. Some other people said their dad walked naked too. And only wears pants to go outside. The guy I fish with pees like every 6 seconds, and dude, like, we'll be in the middle of a fucking lake and he'll pee, and I'll be like, dude, they're right over there. He's like, no, they're way over there. And I'll be like, what? He's like, they won't be able to see anything that matters. And I'm like, all right, dude, whatever. He'll just piss all the time. He's gotta. He can't help it. He's gotta pee, and he just doesn't give a shit. He's gonna end up getting a ticket for it. I guess I'm not like that shy. I wouldn't be that upset if somebody like saw me. It's not like I'm 15 anymore or anything like that, but I still would like go out of my way to make sure my dick. I know, Ritual. I'm like super worried about him. He does drink like 5 gallons of water a day. He works construction. I should tell his wife. Like, he really needs to. Weirdest thing I've seen while fishing. Weirdest thing I've heard was 2 dudes in the water explicitly describing fucking each other, and then their wives coming out. People don't realize how much their voice travels across water, and I'm a very quiet man when I fish. So, like, I hear everything. It's also really directional. I don't care about dicks either. I won't, like, stare along. Like, even when I just went back to look at Caucay's dick in my DMs, I gave it, like, just a... You know, I didn't take time to even, like, see his foreskin, which now that I think about it, I didn't even recognize his foreskin, which I'm sure he has because he's European. And, like, foreskin's pretty cool. But, like, they don't bug me. I didn't even, like, notice it. Yeah, he must not have like a real taper. But weirdest thing I've seen fishing. We have this couple that have a pontoon boat and a really fancy trolling motor on it, and they don't fish. But what they do is, some of these trolling motors, you can set your route. And they set the route on the trolling motor, and then they just disappear down behind the little walls of the pontoon. I believe they're just sunbathing in the nude and not fucking, because I've, like, gone by them and not heard anything. But they could just be fucking. That one always weirds me out, because, like, they do it so often. And, like, there's a whole, like, setup for them to get everything ready to, like, lay down on the floor and set the cruise control and then just lay there for, like, hours. Lots of weird animal ones, too. Foxes, little baby foxes eating frogs. Oh, so cute. Caught 4 times jerking it? I think I got caught jerking it once. In my life. I think, and I'm not sure. He never said he saw, but I think he did. I was having a really tough day of erections in my teen years, and like I just decided I needed to deal with it. So it was the middle of class. I thought it'd be safe. Sneak to the bathroom real quick. A 45-second rub one out. Because I just could not get this erection under control. And it's hard to live your life in school with an erection. But we had this weird fucking bathroom where it was on the stairs between the second floor and the first floor. So when you came in the bathroom, you walked out onto like a little platform and then went downstairs into the bathroom. If you leaned way out, you could look into the stall. So, you know, I'm just trying to deal with a problem. And all of a sudden, dude's head just leans out over me. But I think he's the fucking freak. Because, like, who just leans over to look into his stall? It did make my problem go away. Yeah, I didn't have to come, and I didn't have an erection the rest of the day. I think I just yelled, "What the fuck, man?" And he just laughed hysterically and went and peed and left. He never said anything. He's like the type of guy that I feel like would have said something. He actually later got expelled for jacking off during a movie. And that's not it. And rubbing it on the girl next to him. It being his load. So maybe he was just cool with me rubbing one out real quick. Yeah, it was like Art, and they were watching a movie, and they'd turn the lights off to watch the movie. So he just like is rubbing one out. And at Art, you don't have your desk. You just sit at a. We just sat at these tables. He may have just thought we were kindred spirits. One of my best boner stories, though, was a girl, like, clearly, she looked back at me, or over at me, I don't remember the exact position we were in, and, oh wait, that's not what I needed. My brain. And I clearly had an erection. And like I had just started to like try to figure out how to deal with it. I get an erection still as an adult if the wind blows, a warm breeze comes through, and I'm hard. I don't know. I get an easy erection. Anyway, so this girl looks over at me and like looks at me, and then we like both look down at my erection, and then we both make eye contact, and she gets all fucking pissy. And thinks like I was trying to like guide her to it, and tells the teacher. We end up at the principal. It's the whole thing. And then my dumbass said I would never get an erection for her. She looks like she was hit in the face with a shovel. Which led to a whole nother thing. And yeah. But from then on, she was shovel face, and she didn't look at my erections anymore. I feel bad now that I think about the fact that from then on, her nickname amongst everyone I knew was shovel face. She had 2 first names. I remember it now. She was pretty cool. We actually became kind of friends later in high school. She was a pretty cool chick. Don't think we ever discussed that moment again. I couldn't imagine like calling somebody out on that. This was also the days of the whale tail chat, and that shit should have been illegal. As a 15-year-old boy, when you look out in front of you and it's just a sea of whale tails, it was hard. Literally. Low-rise pants and whale tails, man. This is tough times. That's where the top of their thong stuck all the way out of their pants. And it was just every girl. Yeah, we had one that was really bad for it too, Kepler. Like one girl specifically that everybody was like always asking if you saw today's whale tail. She's my ex-wife now. She still gets mad at me when I bring that up. Still, to this day. I do all the time. I mean, she had fucking Princess Leia buns and a whale tail, dude. I couldn't. That was it. I fell in love at 13. She always did Princess Leia buns. Did the whale tails disappear when she got the ring? Of course. Deadly combination. I had already had so many Leia fantasies. I didn't have that a lot, Hooligan, no. The whale tails were just the thong sticks out of their pants. In the early 2000s, super low-rise jeans were a thing. Like, their entire hip bones stuck out above their pants. But then they'd wear these thongs that rode up their ass, and you'd see what looked like a whale tail sticking out of the top of all of their pants because every kid sat at their desk, leaned forward, like leaned up on their desk. And it was literally just everywhere. And because it's such a small school, I feel like fashion was... I remember there was one girl specifically that wasn't allowed to wear thongs, and like everyone knew it. It became a thing that like it was a big running joke, and everyone talked about it, and she'd get so frustrated that her mom wouldn't let her wear thongs, and every other girl... Those days were hell, because it was also the days of cucumber melon. Which, to this day, is a smell that makes me want to fucking smash my head into a brick wall. And every fucking kid or girl shared their cucumber melon lotion, cucumber melon chapstick, cucumber melon body spray. It was trying to make a resurgence like 2 years ago. I saw it at Bath and Body Works. I was like, no. I went into a fucking gas station the other day at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Girl about my age is working. And fuck, God, what song was playing? But it was so weird, dude. It was like some R&B hit from the early 2000s. And like the flashbacks I had of all the different fucking places that song played, all the different stupid little middle school dances and parties, and Yeah, it was probably some Usher song or Usher, Usher. No, I'm way too old for Boots with the Fur. Boots with the Fur we were already making fun of as adults. Oh my god, Saren. It's a bad smell. I mean, I'm assuming it's more than just the stink. God, we're old, huh? Nah, lots of people like Cucumber Melon. Every girl in my middle school. Trying to think of other weird things we had. The telephone cord shoelaces. Remember when those were cool? In elementary? You didn't have to tie your shoes. I'm 34. Gel pens? Fuck, dude. Stealing girls' gel pens was like the #1 way I flirted with them. That and their sweatshirts. I'm old enough for passing notes and stuff too, though. Like uh, we didn't get to start texting until after high school, really. Well, we had phones that could text, but they were fucking 10 cents a minute or 10 cents a text. Oh, the remember the shitty version of the mechanical pencil where you had to stack the little lead things on top of each other, and if you lost one, the pencil was worthless. But everyone loved those fucking things for some dumb reason, and they made great spitwad shooters. Everybody loved those stupid pencils, though. Stack the little leads on top of each other. They wrote like shit. They didn't last hardly at all. They're good stabbers. Yeah, so did I. Had a razor, or I think maybe yeah, razor or crazer or razor, some one of those in high school. Before that, I had a God. What was it? It was a weird brand. I don't think I can't remember. Paper and lunch with rubber bands. Yeah, we used to do that at a bar too with dollar bills. That's how they'd tip. We'd use a dollar bill with a thumbtack through it and shoot it into the ceiling, and they just collect them all year long and then go up there and scrape them all down. TI-84. Wait, I had a TI-83 was my first calculator, first fancy calculator. But I remember getting like Snake on my TI-84. When you had to buy $100 calculator for high school, and your parents were pissed. With Blockman on it? Wow. Your parents loved you. Oh, Yo-Yo hype? No, yeah, definitely, dude. We had a Yo League and everything. Do competitions every week at school. I walked the dog up a girl's back once, again, flirting with her. And I had just gotten, I'm trying to remember, it was one of the fancier yo-yos. It had the two rubber sides, and like people would trade the sides. Um, anyway, I don't know if anyone would ever remember a yo-yo name. But it was like pretty expensive, especially for me being poor. I remember it was like $60 or something silly for a yo-yo. I just got it. I walked the dog up a girl's back straight into her fucking hair. And she's screaming and crying. Yeah. Hacky sack? Red dot? Taking half the beans out of your hacky sack and putting BBs in it? Playing red dot? We did that shit all day in town. A bunch of us that lived in town would just like stand on the same street corner, play hacky sack, play Magic, D&D, Star Wars RPG. How about fucking short sleeve button downs? Hell yeah, dude. Those were the shit. I wore a sequin short sleeve button down Millennium Edition to Y2K lock in at the roller rink. That's how I was gonna fucking die in Y2K, dude. Roller skating. I actually got kicked out before midnight for getting into a fight. Surprise, surprise. I was styling, dude. I was styling. I had like 3 of those stupid Millennium shiny sleeveless. I was like grunge though. We listened to Nirvana and whatever else was grunge. Big ass giant. If my brother had a rule that if he couldn't fit the leg of his pants over my head, the legs were too tight. You had to have the big fucking Jinko style. Yeah, it is weird to be in this. It's still weird to be in the stacking cups. Silk shirt with a drag. I don't know that I had any with dragons on them, but a lot of we were like grunge and skateboard kids. I do remember Pogs. We played Pogs all the time for keeps. Yeah, Beyblades were for babies. I was too old for Beyblades. Yeah, I played Pokemon back when Toys R Us had a league, and you'd go into Toys R Us every week, Saturday or Sunday, and battle. They'd have an adult there with a deck, and you had to battle him to get a badge. And I played Magic the Gathering. My first set was Ice Age. That's how long I played Magic. None of us could afford Crossfire, but we all wanted it. Cobalt said that game was hot trash and he broke it like the first day, which made me feel better about not being rich. Man vs. Game was one of those gym leaders? Was he really? Fuck, I bet. I remember being pissed because they were all shitty, and I was like, I'm sick of coming every week during these dumb badges. And then sometimes they double up, they do a badge I already had, and I was like, I want to just battle all the gym battles. He loved beating the little kids. I would have kicked his ass, just like I did in Magic the Gathering. Man vs. Game and I once did a draft, and I smoked them so bad that they all started teaming up on me. It was me, Man vs. Game, Ezekiel, and Danny Baranowski, and I don't remember who else. I hate paper Magic. I hate Magic for fun. Competitive Magic is great. I would do draft and sealed competitively all the time if I had all the hours necessary to spare to go sit at a fucking game shop and smell nerd sweat, but I don't. It also doesn't seem like competitive Magic has really recovered from like COVID killing it, from what I was reading. I do this full time, yeah, for 9 years. No, I never opened my Hearthstone pack. I still have Hearthstone packs. I have like 1,000 unopened Hearthstone packs that are probably all rolled out of play. Yeah, Commander has taken over, and it sucks. Sorry, Commander fans. I just don't understand fucking mostly cheese dick magic. It just feels cheese dick. I don't know. I guess I just played so much magic that like beating up your friends with shitty decks was never very fun. I played a bunch some of the old school pros too back in the day, like the dude who fucking ate his hat or said he'd eat his hat. And some of those really old fucking guys. We used to travel and do PTQs and stuff. I remember when that dude walked up to me. He was wearing like a fucking fanny pack with like a what looked like a goddamn Walkman, and it was like too late in life to still have a Walkman. And I was like, this will be an easy win. He must have brought his kids here. Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty good, Gawke. I just don't really feel like supporting Blizzard if I don't have to. I'd rather just play. There's plenty of auto chesses. The massive Magic the Gathering deck here in a pizza box. Yeah, I remember the days when we didn't know anything about Magic and our decks were like this fucking tall. No, that's just Commander, I guess. My little brother is super into it, which is funny because I'm so burned, and I know he constantly trying to get me playing stuff, but it's just like, man, I've been playing since before you were born, kid. And telling me all about Commander, and it just feels more like a social game than it does an actual game of Magic. Did TFT have a season switch? I was gonna ask that. I should try that. Commander, it's just this silly format for playing multiplayer Magic. So you can play like 4 or 6 people or whatever, and uh, you I don't know. It's hard to explain. I think you only have one of each card or some shit. I've never really dug that deep into it. I've just played it when someone hands me a deck. Yeah, there you go. That's what I said. That's what I thought it was. Then there's like weird special rules for your commander with summoning him and resummoning him and shit like that. But like it's kind of like Two-Headed Giant in the sense that there's all these extra targets. Well, no, Two-Headed Giant there's not really that many more targets. But there's all these extra targets. You ever played 4-player Magic? So like one guy can just get picked on and beat to death. Anybody who starts to get ahead too far ahead obviously on the board starts getting picked on. But then there's the whole social aspect of like, oh, I'm not gonna win. You guys are gonna kill me, and then I have to just sit here. And then all of a sudden he fucking wins because he was gonna win, but he was crying so much you didn't want to pick on him. At least that's how my commander games have gone. Because I've always played with my brother and his little friends, and like I didn't care enough to like be a dick and kill people anyway. But it is political whether you want it to be or not, just by like I guess there would be a strategy. If you couldn't talk, there would be a strategy to just like trying to not show your cards, show how powerful you really are. But they're mostly just silly combo decks that like gain 7,000 life and make 9 million tokens and hey Crane. Man, my bite just really went to shit. I should move real quick. I should go to bed. It's 4 o'clock in the morning actually. I have to not get too late. How long did I stream? That's 6 hours. I did my due diligence. My due diligence. Look at me. A regular full-time streamer. That was fun, chat. Thanks for reminiscing about middle school and high school and I have a name. You know my name, Crane. I feel like saying Dick or Richard or even Richard Hammer might have been less than... But, you know. I'll take parentheses streamer. Wait, is that parentheses? Yeah. I had to think quotations for a minute because I'm sleepy. I woke up at 7 o'clock this morning. It's 4 the next morning. Subs, tips, bits, all that shit that helps me survive. I'm incredibly grateful. Some of you very generous tonight. Thank you very much. If you're still here. Mwah. If you're not, I kissed at you. If maybe you saw it in the VOD or something. I don't know. It's weird to talk to someone who's not here. Kind of freaky deaky. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll check out the new TFT patch. I like TFT. I don't know. Well, maybe we'll check out that new city builder from those Swiss developers I was talking about. That looks kind of cute. Maybe we'll just fucking have a big group masturbation session. Maybe I'll decide today's the day I'm gonna get banned and we'll just all jack off together. One big Discord call and 295. One of you wouldn't show up. Like one of you'd be a coward. You bring the dude. We charge so many JO crystals. JO crystals around the world would start glowing. Swiss. It's one of those game devs I worked with before Kake when I was trying to set up that Swiss game jam thing. Let me look. Let me look real quick. It's part of the same team that did that niche game. There's your dick again. I went back to my Twitter and there was your dick. The niche game that was all about genes and evolution was pretty cute. The city builder is called Wandering Village. The video doesn't really explain much, except you build a city on top of the back of like this cool giant dinosaur that's wandering around the world. So it looks interesting. It looks very cute. I don't know if it's gonna be more artsy, less you know, I need my difficulty. So we'll see. I might check it out. I'll see if I got a key somewhere, or maybe send him a DM. Anyway, have a good night, y'all. Thanks for being here.